Chapter 400. It was fine if it was an ordinary bandit. However, if it was a true elite Daoist, forget about the current weakened state Xiao Yan was in. Even if he was at his peak with the Northern King and Xiao Jin, it was impossible for them to be a match for the other party. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan could only temporarily withdraw. Old Gu, do you know the exact level of that fellow's strength? Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he asked Guyu in his heart. A 2-star Daoist. He is only stronger than that Zhang Yi from Green Jade City. The grave expression on Xiao Yan's face became a little more solemn when he heard this. Even his hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, involuntarily loosened. His throat rolled as Xiao Yan suddenly withdrew the enormous ruler in his hand. He stored it into his storage ring. His eyes were sharp as he looked at the 2 8-star bandits in front of him, who were at a loss. Get lost. The two people in front of Xiao Yan appeared a little absent-minded after the word, get lost, was shouted. They had suddenly returned to reality from the gates of hell. This caused them to involuntarily feel as though they were dreaming. Could it be that the Xiao Yan in front of them was merely a figment of their imagination? The two of them looked at each other and smiled. However, their smiles appeared bitter. They continued to stand in the same spot without moving. It was as though they were waiting for this dream to end. I will say it once more. Get lost. Otherwise, you will die. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. His mouth suddenly emitted a furious cry. A frightening killing intent suddenly spread from his body and descended into the hearts of the two in front of him. The expressions of the 2 8-star bandits, Xiao Yan, suddenly changed when they sensed this dark and cold killing intent. Only then did they react. The Xiao Yan in front of them was not an illusion. The words from his mouth were also real. Ugh, this sudden turn of events caused the 2 8-star half-martial emperors to be stunned. When Xiao Yan let out a furious snort and the heavenly flame within his body surged out, the two half-martial emperors scrambled to their feet. Without even looking back, they rapidly fled into the distance. Xiao Yan finally exhaled a deep breath of air a long while later. The burning, heavenly flame over his body gradually scattered, revealing a pale-faced Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan rejoiced in his heart as he eyed the direction in which the two of them had left. It was fortunate that he had not told them where he was really going when he was talking nonsense with them earlier. Otherwise, if they were to spread the news, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to have a peaceful journey. Elder Bone, how long do you think it will take for that fellow to catch up to us? After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan once again focused his attention on the important matter at hand. Guyu pondered for a moment when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Then, under Xiao Yan's heavy gaze, he slowly spoke. I estimate that he will reach this place in less than an hour. Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave as he nodded. After which, he inhaled a deep breath of air and withdrew his eyes. As he looked at the surrounding space, a pity involuntarily rose in his heart. Ugh, forget it. Since I cannot avoid this trouble, let me do something else first. After all of this happened because of me. It is better for me to resolve this trouble. Xiao Yan sighed softly. He waved his hand and an emerald green, heavenly flame, rose from his hand. The instant this heavenly flame rose, a medicinal fragrance that seeped into one's heart turned into a warm fog that rose, causing the injuries on the surface of Xiao Yan's body to recover at this moment. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily relaxed when he sensed the rich life aura within this heavenly flame. This heavenly flame was ranked 5th on the heavenly flame ranking. It was known as the Flame of Longevity, the Life Spirit Flame. The Life Spirit Flame could allow its wielder to possess an extremely long lifespan that was not inferior to some ancient magical beasts. As long as one threw medicinal seeds into it, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of medicinal ingredients. It was an excellent heavenly flame in the hearts of alchemists. Xiao Yan was able to easily restore the shattered space. However, Xiao Yan was unable to do anything about the destroyed mountain range below. Fortunately, with the help of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan was able to save himself a lot of trouble. Under the effect of the life spirit flame, the endless space was restored to its original appearance within a short moment. Even though the mountain range below had disappeared, it was replaced by an emerald basin that was even more lush than before. It was likely that this place would become an excellent training ground in the hearts of some cultivators soon. While Xiao Yan was restoring the space, on the other side, the two 8-star half-martial emperors who were hastily fleeing did not notice at all that there was an even more frightening existence flying towards them in the direction they were fleeing. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. What happened to the two of you? Grand 8-star half-martial emperors were actually beaten to such a sorry state by Xiao Yan. This is truly not something an 8-star half-martial emperor should do. Right at the moment when the two 8-star half-martial emperors were frantically fleeing, a strange, sinister laugh sounded from an unknown location in the world. The two of them were startled. Their rapidly fleeing figures suddenly froze in midair. Only then did they react. They swept their gazes around their surroundings. However, they did not see a single person. To be able to perfectly conceal one's tracks before the auras of two 8-star half-martial emperors, this person's strength was either as heaven-defying as Xiao Yan's or far surpassed theirs. May I know who your distinguished self is? Could it be that you've also come for Xiao Yan? If that's the case, perhaps the two of us might be able to show you the way. At this moment, that black-gowned old man's heart was beating extremely violently. His intuition told him that this mysterious person who had just spoken might be much more frightening than he had imagined. Tisk, tsk, 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 what you've said is correct. This highness has indeed come for Xiao Yan. Hearing how the mysterious person addressed him, the black-gowned old man's heart became incomparably serious. Just from how the mysterious person addressed him, one could tell that this person was most definitely a person of high status. His status was definitely not something that ordinary half-martial emperors could compare to. However, right at the moment when the black-gowned old man was about to speak, that mysterious person laughed strangely once again. He continued, however, there's no need for you to show me the way. Instead, with your cultivations, you've cultivated for most of your lives. Yet, you're actually unable to even take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor. I truly have no idea how the two of you managed to survive until now. You. Hearing those words, the 8-star half-martial emperor beside the black-gowned old man was about to explode in anger. However, he was forcibly suppressed by the black-gowned old man. His gaze indicated that the mysterious person's strength was not weak. Only then did the 8-star half-martial emperor resentfully retrieve his dense gaze. Tsk, tsk, none of that is important. What's important is that I will take care of Xiao Yan for the two of you and avenge you. Following a burst of strange laughter, a pitch-black fog suddenly surged around the two 8-star half-martial emperors, enveloping the two of them within it. Who are you? What are you planning to do? Noticing the black fog surrounding them, the two of them were immediately alarmed. They had a very bad feeling in their hearts. At the same time as they shouted angrily, the do-chi within their bodies rapidly surged out and ruthlessly bombarded the strange fog surrounding them. Tsk, 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 tsk. Since I've taken revenge for the two of you, then as the price, you too shall pay with your lives. Right after those words left his mouth, the black fog suddenly surged. Strange gurgling noises sounded from within the fog. It was as if there were malicious spirits from the underworld. It was extremely frightening. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought back with all their might. They seemed to be trying to disperse the black fog. However, the result was not as easy as they had imagined. Even though the two of them had given their all, the black fog remained indifferent. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Truly naive. No one has ever been able to escape from the people that I want to kill. As the sinister and strange laughter sounded once again, the black fog surged and gradually became as viscous as liquid. After that, as the liquid gradually wiggled, it actually formed many black skulls that pounced toward the two people within the black fog to bite them. Ah! Roars shook the sky. Then, they gradually became hoarse, until they were completely silent. Only after the ruined scene before his eyes was restored did Xiao Yan retrieve the heavenly flame. He turned his gaze and looked toward the northern sky. He was already able to faintly sense that there was an extremely frightening aura flying toward his current location. Chapter 401. Even though Xiao Yan could vaguely sense the aura of that elite Do Di, his face remained calm. From Xiao Yan's point of view, rather than wasting time with a solemn heart, it was better to seize this short moment and allow himself to recover some of his strength as soon as possible. Perhaps this way, he would be able to retain some strength when facing the imminent danger. Moreover, Xiao Yan still had Guyu, his greatest trump card, within his body. He believed that Guyu would not simply stand by and watch if he really ended up in a life-and-death situation. Hence, Xiao Yan did not have any reason to give up on this opportunity until now. Xiao Yan looked down at the sea of trees that was filled with life from the empty space. He inhaled a deep breath of the fresh air and sensed the cool breeze that blew past his ear. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He flipped his hand and a longan-sized medicinal pill appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm energy that followed Xiao Yan's throat and swiftly entered his body. It recovered the strength that Xiao Yan had lost. Xiao Yan once again exhaled after the medicinal pill entered his body. After which, he crossed his legs and sat in the empty space. He waved his hand and the storage ring on his finger flashed. The Northern King instantly appeared beside Xiao Yan to protect him. After doing all this, Xiao Yan formed a training seal with both of his hands. He tossed aside all distracting thoughts and began to refine the medicinal pill in his body. Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, involuntarily felt gratified for Xiao Yan when he saw this. Remaining calm in the face of danger was the mentality that an expert should possess. Xiao Yan had done very well on this point. Adding his heaven-defying training speed, Xiao Yan would definitely become a great person in the future. Huff huff, a gentle breeze swept over the place. It turned into a rising and falling wave over the vast sea of trees that swept into the distance. The sun was high up in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The azure sky combined with the verdant world below made the world seem full of vitality. It was as if this was a new world in the human world, a leisurely world that had yet to be set foot on by living creatures. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that there was a black dot that did not match this empty world that was filled with life. It caused this carefree world to have a different and strange feeling. In the void, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. His hands formed a cultivation seal, and the flame tactics within his body rapidly circulated. Above Xiao Yan's head, a huge energy vortex was formed. The energy of heaven and earth was rapidly sucked into it. Under the refinement of the mysterious flame within Xiao Yan's body, the Do-Chi within Xiao Yan's body was gradually restored. Time quietly flowed by during this rapid swallowing and refinement. At a certain moment, the originally cloudless azure sky was covered by a cluster of dark black fog. The black fog filled the sky, and the entire sky was gradually covered by this black fog. The rising sun lost its light, and the world became dark. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan slowly exit his training mode. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a sharp golden light suddenly shot out from within his dark black eyes. When Xiao Yan saw the black fog that filled the sky for the first time, the expression on his face involuntarily changed. This strange black fog gave him an extremely bad premonition. At the same time, it also caused Xiao Yan to feel a little suspicious of the person who had come. TSK 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 TSK. Xiao Yan, this chief has been waiting for you for a whole 10 years. Suddenly, a strange laughter faintly sounded in the sky. It was just like a ferocious ghost that had come from hell. It was extremely horrifying. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Xiao Yan was instantly certain that the other party was definitely the person from the middle region of the origin martial continent, the so-called Ghost Temple sect. This chief? Looks like you are the same as the third hall master from before. You are also a hall master level person. Xiao Yan's expression was icy cold. His eyes were ice cold as he spoke. TSK, 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 you are right. However, this chief is not someone that trash can compare with. This chief is the first hall master. Who exactly are all of you? The Ghost Temple sect was established by the members of the Hun clan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A flame flickered within his dark black eyes. His icy cold eyes shot towards the dark black fog in the sky. He had always treated the members of the Hun clan coldly. If he could kill them, he would definitely not let a single one of them off. Xiao Yan truly hated the Hun clan to the core. The dark black fog in the sky churned upon hearing this. Soon after, that dark and stern strange laughter was once again emitted. TSK, 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 TSK. Hun clan. This is really a distant name. It is already in the past. Let it be. Now, we are called the Ghost Temple sect. We? Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. From the looks of it, there were still quite a number of enemies that he would have to face in the future. However, until this moment, the thing that caused him to feel uncertain in his heart was how this group of people knew of his identity. Moreover, they were able to be so clear about him. TSK, 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 it seems that you have many questions in your heart. In that case, why don't you return with this chief? At that time, there will naturally be someone who will answer all of your questions. The black fog churned as the strange laughter continued. It was just like the screech of a ferocious ghost, causing one to feel irritated. Heh. If I really go back with you, I'm afraid that only death awaits me. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed upon hearing this. Although the latter was extremely familiar with him, he also had a deep understanding of these things that were neither human nor ghost. TSK Tisk, that's right. We have never given the members of the Xiao clan a chance to live. Coincidentally, it is the same for me. I will not show any mercy to all of you. Chi, Xiao Yan let out a cold cry. He suddenly waved his sleeve and the heavy Xian ruler once again appeared. A sharp rushing wind sound appeared as the huge ruler was pointed at the cluster of thick black fog in the sky. At the same time, the northern king beside Xiao Yan took a step forward with an ice-cold expression. An invisible aura spread from its body, causing the surrounding empty space to become quiet. TSK, TSK, Xiao Yan, you are merely a bandit. Don't tell me that you wish to fight with a Dodi. Even with this puppet around, it is merely a matter of a slap. The strange laughter was once again emitted. His words were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Ha, this is not the first time that I have done such a thing. Don't tell me that all of you still don't understand. Xiao Yan merely revealed a cold smile in the face of this. His eyes were dense as he stared at the cluster of black fog in the sky. His tone was calm as he laughed. Moreover, who told you that I only have a puppet? Xiao Yan's body suddenly emitted a bright golden lightning glow after his voice sounded. It shot toward the sky. The golden light filled the sky, transforming into a golden lightning pillar that penetrated the sky. At the same time, an earth-shaking dragon roar was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. It caused the dark black fog in the sky to scatter at this moment, revealing the clear sky and rising sun above the black fog. Ha! The black fog involuntarily let out a surprised cry when it saw this scene. It had actually not sensed Xiao Jin, who had appeared at this moment. This involuntarily caused it to feel a little strange in its heart. At the same time, the dragon roar was emitted after the golden lightning shot into the sky. it shook the sky and the earth. At a certain spot in the Shilin region, the expression of an old man suddenly hardened. His gaze swiftly turned and looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. At this very moment, golden light actually flickered in his pair of muddy old eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Chapter 402. Black fog spread over the vast sky. It was just like a dark black thundercloud. However, a strange humming sound was occasionally emitted from it, causing one to shudder despite not feeling cold. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding a heavy ruler in his hand under the black mass of fog. The Northern King and Xiao Jin were standing beside him. Two powerful auras spread from their bodies, resisting the frightening Do-Di pressure that came from the sky. TSK 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 TSK. Xiao Yan, I heard that you had consecutively received an attack from two 8-star Do-Di half a year ago. Today, this chief wants to see if you really possess that kind of strength. The frightening Do-Di pressure that permeated the sky suddenly disappeared after these words sounded. Soon after, the black fog churned and a strong masked figure slowly stepped out of the black fog. Come, make your move. Let this chief see just what is so special about Xiao Yan, who is known by everyone in our ghost slaughter gate. The face under the mask revealed a ferocious smile. The strong human figure placed one of his hands behind his back while the other hand was slowly raised. He curled his hand and extended a finger to beckon Xiao Yan as he spoke with a smile. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became gloomy when he saw this scene. Xiao Jin by the side also emitted a low roar that contained some anger from its mouth. It was likely that no one would be able to accept such a disdainful action, much less Xiao Yan, who had an arrogant character. Humph. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. One ruler. Although the actions and tone of this first hall chief appeared a little arrogant, at the same time, Xiao Yan clearly understood that he did indeed possess the capital to be arrogant. The strength of a 2-star Do-Di allowed him to look down on any bandit. Even though he was currently not someone an ordinary bandit could compare with, this was the truth. Even he was unable to refute it. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart. The little Do-Chi that had just recovered in his body crazily surged out from his palm and poured into the huge ruler in his hand. The magnificent heavenly flame gushed out from every pore on Xiao Yan's body and quickly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. Even the dark heavy buster sword in his hand was wrapped in it. Ha! Xiao Yan's face was cold. He suddenly shouted and performed the sky extinction step. Then, his body turned into a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the first palace master. Xiao Yan's silhouette appeared. He raised his giant ruler high above his head. Mystical flames rose from it, spreading out a terrifyingly high temperature that burned the heavens and the earth. TSK TSK. Sky extinction steps. Is this the thing that even the 4 great sects are envious of? It really lives up to its reputation. Seeing Xiao Yan's frightening speed, the first palace master could not help but sigh in surprise. However, he immediately sneered again and said, "Unfortunately, you are ultimately just a bandit. You are still completely useless in front of this first palace master." Only after the cold laughter sounded did the first palace master slowly open his hand. His 5 fingers were flat as Do-Chi churned within his palm. At the same time, a dark black fog swiftly churned and agglomerated above Xiao Yan's head, agglomerating into an enormous palm. Compared to it, Xiao Yan appeared as tiny as an ant. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He understood the strength of an elite Do-Di. However, he did not expect that such a frightening strength could be agglomerated with a flip of his hand. TSK 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 TSK. Xiao Yan, this first palace master will let you understand just how big of a gap there is between a bandit and a Do-Di. Remember, this first palace master will not hold back like those fools. TSK 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 TSK. Seeing the grave expression that surfaced on Xiao Yan's face, the corner of the first palace master's mouth under his mask was lifted even higher. Just as his words left his mouth, the enormous palm above Xiao Yan's head suddenly fell toward Xiao Yan. The instant the palm fell, the space below suddenly collapsed. A frightening wind pressure violently pressed on Xiao Yan's head, causing his body, which was floating in the air, to sink a little. Xiao Yan's heart was incomparably solemn as he sensed the frightening energy that was transmitted from above his head. He could only go all out when faced with such an attack. Otherwise, it was likely that just this attack alone would be enough to seriously injure him. With this thought in his mind, the dou qi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body suddenly poured out. It flowed freely through his qi paths and poured into the enormous ruler in his hand. Under this crazy pouring of dou qi by Xiao Yan, the heavenly flame on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand rose and shone even brighter. The heavenly flame rose and soared with the wind. In merely an instant, the beautiful, heavenly flame was like an enormous palm leaf fan that stood between the sky and the earth. Following the simultaneous wave of Xiao Yan's hands, 7 brilliant ruler lights shot out one after another. Finally, they agglomerated into a shocking 100,000 feet long ruler light. It appeared as though it wanted to split the world into two as it violently smashed toward the enormous palm. TSK, your aura is not bad. Unfortunately, it is just a mere appearance. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. TSK, break. Seeing this, the first palace master laughed mockingly. His extended hands suddenly tightened. At the same time, the enormous palm that was descending toward Xiao Yan's head suddenly accelerated at this moment. Immediately, it violently clenched together. Chi chi chi, following a chi chi sound, a grayish-black fog rose. After which, it slowly scattered in the empty space. Seeing this scene, the first palace master's brows, which were covered under the mask, involuntarily knit together. He seemed to have underestimated this move of Xiao Yan's. If it was just the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, it was merely a so-so in the eyes of a 2-star dou di despite being a true High-Man class dou technique. However, the difference was that Xiao Yan had used a heavenly flame. A heavenly flame was after all the most wild and violent energy in the world. Even though the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body was only a seed flame, the strength of the heavenly flame was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the black fog did not appear to display the strength that it should have in front of the heavenly flame despite the strength of his enormous palm. Perhaps due to some reason, it was also because of this that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler was able to display its might in front of this 2-star dou di and forcefully penetrated an enormous hole in the palm. Cough cough, haha, looks like a 2-star dou di is merely a so-so. After revealing himself, Xiao Yan's face was filled with ridicule as he looked at the first palace master. Even though he had temporarily gained an advantage by borrowing the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan had still suffered quite a serious injury from the enormous palm. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face, which had just recovered its rosiness, had once again turned pale. A thread of blood helplessly hung from the corner of his mouth. Even though this was the case, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel joy in his heart was that during the collision earlier, he seemed to have discovered that his heavenly flame possessed quite a great suppressive ability against this fellow's strange black fog. This discovery really caused Xiao Yan's heart to be filled with joy. If his heavenly flame was really able to suppress the members of the Hun clan, he would no longer need to be afraid that they would come looking for him when he obtained other heavenly flames in the future. Humph. So what if it is a heavenly flame? It is useless in front of absolute strength. The first palace master involuntarily snorted coldly after having seen through the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. He flipped his hand and a frightening energy swiftly agglomerated in his palm, causing the surrounding empty space to involuntarily form circular ripples. At the same time, an extremely frightening energy aura swiftly spread from his palm. Underworld Demon Palm. Chapter 403. As the cry sounded, the first palace master's palm violently smashed toward Xiaoyan. Instantly, the space in front of him began to churn violently like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. Circular wave-like spatial waves swept out in all directions. At the same time, dark black dou qi swiftly gathered in the first palace master's palm. It gradually condensed into a dark black bone claw that was tightly attached to the first palace master's palm. Following the slight movement of the first palace master's palm, the surrounding space was mercilessly torn apart. Underworld Demon Palm, a high human rank dou skill. It is the skill that made me famous. Xiaoyan, you are lucky to be defeated by this move of mine. TSK 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 TSK, the first palace master sneered and stared coldly at Xiaoyan. The bone claw in his hand mercilessly smashed toward Xiaoyan. Seeing the bone claw coming toward him, the serious expression on Xiaoyan's face became even more intense. With a flip of his palm, the heavy Xian ruler was temporarily stored in his storage ring. At the same time, with a thought, a terrifying spiritual strength immediately swarmed out from between his eyebrows. Between the heavens and the earth, threads of dark black great Dao energy swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. When the great Dao cloak condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, the latter's face involuntarily turned pale. Using the Six Paths tent was already extremely exhausting for Xiaoyan. Now that he had once again condensed the great Dao energy, even though Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was not weak, it was still difficult for him to support it. Even though he had condensed the great Dao cloak, the seriousness in Xiaoyan's heart did not decrease in the slightest. Although they were both high human rank dou skills, the difference between a half-emperor and a dou di was like two polar extremes. Faced with a high human rank dou skill that was used by a dou di, even Xiaoyan's seven-layered sky-breaking ruler would find it difficult to be a match. Moreover, after the previous wave of exhaustion, the remaining dou qi in Xiaoyan's body could only allow him to use the seven-layered sky-breaking ruler once. Once he used it, Xiaoyan would enter a low point. At that time, he would not have any ability to retaliate against the first palace master. Damn it! Let's fight! Xiaoyan's expression was ferocious as he sensed the frightening wind that was heading his way. Both of his hands suddenly waved and all the remaining dou qi in his body poured out. A heavenly flame gushed out and crazily agglomerated between his palms. Buddha's fury. Samsara. Just as the bone claw was about to reach him, Xiaoyan suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. He also threw out a vicious punch with his palm. In his palm, a rapidly rotating flaming wheel suddenly glowed brightly. Soon after, the black spot in the middle of the wheel flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, a thick pitch-black light pillar suddenly shot out from within and ruthlessly clashed with the bone claw. Boom! The earth-shaking rumble transformed into an invisible storm that swept across the vast sky. It only gradually stopped when it reached the end of one's line of sight. After that, circles of even more terrifying energy ripples fiercely washed the entire sky. Pang pang pang. As the storm swept across, Xiaoyan and the Hall Master clashed in the middle. The expressions on their faces were completely opposite. The corner of the Hall Master's mouth lifted into an icy arc under his mask. His dark eyes were filled with ridicule. He gently stepped forward and walked toward Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's Buddha's fury Samsara was continuously losing ground in front of the bone claw. The pitch-black energy light pillar was repeatedly crushed. A large part of the reason for the energy storm that had been stirred up in the sky was because of Xiaoyan's Buddha's fury Samsara that had been crushed. TSK 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 TSK. Xiaoyan, you are ultimately still too weak. In front of me, you are merely a jumping clown. You are delusional to think that you can contend with me. You really overestimate yourself. With each step the Hall Master took forward, Xiaoyan's body would be pulled back uncontrollably. Even though he tried his best to resist, it was ultimately useless. Finally, the Hall Master arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, revealing a row of white teeth under his mask. Bang! The Hall Master controlled the bone claw and crushed the Buddha's fury samsara in front of Xiao Yan's horrified eyes. TSK 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 TSK, are these all you have? You really can't withstand a single blow. Roar! The Hall Chief's mouth had just let out a cold laugh when the bone claw in his hand was suddenly extended forward. It was about to grab Xiao Yan's head. Only at this moment did Xiao Jin, who was outside the battleground between the two of them, roar furiously at the sky. Its enormous dragon body suddenly twisted in the empty air. With a swing of its dragon tail, a shocking furious lightning fell from the sky and violently smashed toward the Hall Chief. Humph, a mere half-emperor dares to act presumptuously in front of me. What a reckless bastard! The Hall Master immediately snorted coldly when he saw the golden raging thunder that was heading toward him. Immediately, the invisible void swiftly distorted under this sound. A circular invisible ripple spread and actually dissolved the golden lightning that was heading toward him. At the same time, the bone claw in his hand was about to land on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Jin's heart immediately burned with anxiety when he saw this scene. His mouth roared furiously and his huge dragon body suddenly shot out many bright golden lights. His body suddenly twisted and a silver glow flashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His huge dragon body violently charged toward the Hall Master with the intention of blocking this attack from the Hall Master on behalf of Xiao Yan. Huh! The first Hall Master could not help but be startled when he saw Xiao Jin suddenly appear. It was likely that even he would have difficulty catching up with this kind of frightening speed. Humph, this bastard is really strange. Since you wish to use your life to save him, this Hall Master shall let you die first. With a cold snort, the bone claw in the Hall Master's hand mercilessly landed on Xiao Jin's body. Grug! The pitch-black bone claw was just like a sharp blade. Xiao Jin's seemingly indestructible golden dragon scales were easily torn apart by this claw. Following a miserable dragon roar, Xiao Jin's body was actually forcefully penetrated by this bone claw. Xiao Jin! The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately hardened when he saw that Xiao Jin was seriously injured. After which, it quickly turned into a hoarse roar. Bastard, die! Xiao Yan's body moved and was about to step forward. However, he forgot that there was no doqi left in his body at this moment. Even floating in the air was extremely difficult, much less attacking. Xiao Yan's body had just moved when he involuntarily lost the ability to continue walking in the air. His body immediately fell uncontrollably toward the mountain forest below. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to care about his own life. Instead, he furiously cried out and ordered the Northern King in the sky. Northern King! Kill him for me! The Northern King's metal tower-like body suddenly moved upon receiving Xiao Yan's order. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Jin. Its large metal fist was suddenly clenched and violently smashed toward the Hall Master's head. You are merely a pile of scrap metal. Get lost! The Hall Master coldly laughed in disdain when he saw the Northern King. His words carried an invisible energy that instantly sent the Northern King flying. After forcing back the Northern King, the Hall Master's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Xiao Jin. The shocking speed that Xiao Jin had unleashed earlier caused even him to involuntarily feel a solemn feeling in his heart. That kind of speed was something that even he, a 2-star Do-D, was unable to achieve. Since this was the case, how did this beast in front of him, who was merely a 9-star Ban-D, achieve it? If he could find the reason and transfer that frightening speed to himself, he was confident that he would be invincible even if he faced a high-class Do-D or an even stronger opponent in the future. Additionally, there was Xiao Yan, who had an extremely special status to their Ghost Temple Gate. Thus, he could really be said to have reaped both benefits today. TSK 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 TSK, it is really unexpected that not only have I captured Xiao Yan today, but I have also obtained such a good opportunity. It must be said that Xiao Yan, you are really the lucky star of this hall master. The smile on the first hall master's face under the mask became even more intense when he thought of this. His hand grabbed at the empty air and an invisible large hand was instantly agglomerated from the empty space. It grabbed Xiao Jin within it. The first hall master smiled cruelly. He waved his hand and a Do Chi pillar immediately shot out. It violently struck Xiao Jin's body. Immediately, its dragon scales were shattered and fresh blood dripped out. A miserable dragon roar continued to sound, reverberating throughout the sky. It caused one to feel a great amount of pain just by hearing it. The first hall master mercilessly tore Xiao Jin's body apart. He wanted to find the answer that he wanted to know from this body of flesh. He was completely unconcerned about Xiao Jin's life and death. However, at a certain moment, the body of the hall master, who was preparing to tear off one of Xiao Jin's dragon arms, suddenly trembled intensely as he stood in the air. He paused the movement of his hand and suddenly turned around. He looked at the vast sky behind him. May I know who you are? The ghost temple is doing things. Please find another way. Chapter 404. As he looked at the clear and boundless azure sky, the first palace master's face under the mask was filled with a solemn expression. His heart was also incomparably solemn. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura sweep past his body. The strength of that aura caused him to have difficulty imagining exactly what level of expert the other party was. At this moment, even Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, had completely hidden his aura. Xiao Yan was only relying on the last threads of Do Qi that he had squeezed out from his body to barely support himself in the sky. Cough cough, Xiao Yan coughed intensely. His eyes followed the direction that the first hall master was looking at. There was not even a single person in the vast sky. How could there be someone there? However, just as Xiao Yan was about to question Guyu with a heart filled with doubt, he discovered that he had completely lost contact with Guyu. Guyu seemed to have suddenly disappeared into thin air, causing Xiao Yan to feel surprised. Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something when he once again looked at the sky. The expression on his face changed once again. It should be known that Guyu had never hidden his aura even when facing old Luo's group. Today, however, he had decisively severed all contact with Xiao Yan. It was not difficult to imagine just what level of expert this person that the first hall master had mentioned was. The first hall master's face was grave as he looked at the distant sky. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down his forehead under the mask. The sweat followed his face and rolled down to his chin. Ghost Hall? Haha, what an arrogant aura. It was a long while later before a faint laughter was slowly emitted from the sky. The laughter was old and calm, and it did not contain the slightest emotion. However, the thing that caused the first palace master's expression to change was that the temperature around him had actually instantly dropped the moment this laughter sounded. It was so much so that he could clearly see some fine ice shards in his eyes. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Yan involuntarily felt shocked, let alone the first hall master. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this mysterious person's strength was to be able to affect the temperature of the world with just a single sentence. Ghost Palace is handling matters. Unrelated people should not disturb us. Your Excellency, please leave, otherwise. Even though the first palace master knew that the other party was a super expert whose strength far exceeded his own, he still braced himself and spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, he brought up the ghost palace in front of him. He believed that with the ghost palace's reputation on the continent, anyone who knew about it would avoid it. But, otherwise what? Hearing that, the aged voice sounded once again. This time, the words that sounded were filled with sneer and disdain towards the ghost palace. You. Hearing this, the first hall master's face could not help but change slightly. He was just about to shout angrily, but when he thought of the other party's terrifying strength, he did not dare to say anything. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he hardened his heart and opened his mouth again. Looks like you sincerely want to become enemies with my ghost palace. Humph, ghost palace when you open your mouth. Why? Do you really think that the entire continent belongs to your ghost palace? After the soft snort sounded, an invisible energy swiftly swept toward the first hall master. Before the first hall master could dodge, it violently landed on his chest. Grug. With a grug sound, the first hall master suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His feet staggered back over 10 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. His face was filled with horror as he looked at the sky. I am the Ghost Palace Master. By injuring me today, you have something to do with the Ghost Palace. Get lost. You are merely a branch hall master. What is there to be arrogant in your words? Forget about you, even if the true hall master of your Ghost Palace was here today, it would still be useless. Before the first hall master's voice sounded, the mysterious old man suddenly let out a cold snort. The invisible energy once again sent him flying 10,000 feet away. Grug. As his throat rolled, the face of the first hall master instantly turned swollen red. After which, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. After the fresh blood was spat out, the face of the first hall master under the mask swiftly turned ghastly white. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with horror. Only at this moment did he truly see clearly that the words spoken by this mysterious expert were likely true. If he were to stubbornly insist on doing things his way and use the name of the Ghost Palace to force the latter back, it was likely that the latter would end up harming him. The first hall master inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he once again opened his mouth. This time around, his tone lacked the arrogance from before. Over half of the turbulent black-colored fog around his body had also been withdrawn. Good, good, good. Your strength is extremely great and I am indeed speechless. I will remember today's matter. In the future. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Get lost. The expression on the first hall master's face under the mask became slightly dull when he heard this. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Even though fury rose in his heart, he did not dare to voice it out. After all, up until this moment, this mysterious expert had yet to reveal himself. Even so, he was still able to injure him quite badly. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of terrifying existence this mysterious person was. The first hall master turned around unwillingly. His eyes revealed a reluctance to part as he looked at Xiao Jin, whose body was covered in blood and flesh. The greed deep within his eyes had yet to disappear. However, due to the person behind me, I only have the intention but not the guts. The first hall master could clearly sense that there was a pair of sharp eyes staring at him from behind. He did not doubt that if he dared to have any thoughts about Xiao Jin by the side, the latter would mercilessly use just a gaze to kill him. Unwillingly, the first hall master clenched his teeth. His gaze turned and instantly landed on Xiao Yan, who was floating in the air below. From the first hall master's point of view, the reason why the mysterious expert valued Xiao Jin so much was perhaps because he had discovered that Xiao Jin's body was not ordinary. It was human nature to have a greedy heart. This was a reasonable explanation. However, Xiao Yan was different. He was an ordinary human. There was nothing special about him. Moreover, he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor. He was not worthy of the attention of an expert. Since that was the case, the latter should not care too much if he wanted to take Xiao Jin away. After descending, the first hall master was lifted up by Xiao Yan's hand as he struggled helplessly. The first hall master then turned around and cupped his hands towards the person behind him. He was about to leave. That mysterious expert did not seem to have any intention of stopping him. This caused the first hall master to inwardly sigh in relief. However, roar, 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 although that mysterious expert did not care, it did not mean that Xiao Jin did not care about Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to be taken away, Xiao Jin, who was already heavily injured, started to struggle violently once again. Xiao Jin's injured body forcibly turned around and rushed towards the first hall master. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin's injuries were not shallow. After struggling for a long time, he could only add to his injuries and was unable to save Xiao Yan. This bastard, he truly deserves to die. Seeing that Xiao Jin had started to struggle again, the first hall master's heart could not help but tighten. He cursed in his heart and wanted to quickly leave with Xiao Yan. Stop! The first hall master let out a soft cry. Even though his heart wished that he could ignore Xiao Yan, turn around, and flee, he still helplessly stopped. He slowly turned his body around. His hand, which was holding Xiao Yan, was unwilling to relax even a little. This old man does not wish to say any more. You should understand what I mean. The aged voice was still very calm. However, within this calmness, there was an additional meaning that did not allow for any rebuttal. I do not know what you mean by these words, swoosh. Before his voice sounded, an incomparably sharp rushing wind sound suddenly sounded in the sky. A douqi pillar in the empty air violently shot toward the first hall master with lightning-like momentum. Although this attack appeared ordinary, the first hall master's expression suddenly changed drastically the moment the sound was transmitted over. It was likely that he would not be able to block this attack even if he were to put everything he had on the line. This junior understands. I will release him now. I will take my leave. The first hall master released his hand and turned around to flee. The mask on his face had also fallen because of his momentary fear, revealing an old face that was filled with wrinkles under the mask. However, at this moment, this old face was filled with fear. Chi! The instant the first hall master turned around, the douqi pillar also brushed close to his left face and swiftly flew past. The sharp wind tore half of his face into a bloody mess, revealing his high cheekbones under his skin. Even half of his eyeballs were exposed to the air. At the same time, his left ear and the skin around it were also torn apart. The intense pain had nearly covered his consciousness. However, in the end, the first hall master still forcefully endured and swiftly fled from this place. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief. Soon after, however, the expression on his face became even more solemn. First, he had finished off the fox. At this moment, he had sent away the tiger. At this moment, there was still an even more ferocious lion in front of him. If he did not handle this properly, it was likely that Xiao Yan would be similarly in danger. Before knowing the true intention of the other party, one should not easily believe anything. After all, this was human nature. Only benefits would be the reason why they would act. Otherwise, who would care about the life and death of a 5-star half-emperor? Chapter 405. Following the departure of the Lord Palace Master, the world returned to its original appearance, and the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the world also dissipated. Even so, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, still did not reveal the slightest bit of a relaxed expression. Looking at Xiao Jin, who had once again turned into a small snake and coiled in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a trace of pity in his eyes, and a monstrous fury rose in his heart. Although Little Gold had shrunk its body, the injuries that it had suffered did not reduce at all. Its body, which was originally covered in golden glowing dragon scales, had been replaced by bright red fresh blood at this moment. Numerous penetrating wounds covered its entire body, giving it an extremely miserable appearance. Along the way, Xiao Jin had suffered countless injuries because of Xiao Yan, and he had almost lost his life every time. For Xiao Yan, Xiao Jin could even give up his life, but he could only helplessly watch as those who had injured Xiao Jin safely left. This made Xiao Yan furious in his heart, and at the same time, he hated himself for being weak. He had originally thought that after stepping into his current level, he would be able to protect the people he wanted to protect. However, he did not expect that along the way, his body would be covered in wounds, and even his only family member, Xiao Jin, was unable to protect him. Only at this moment did he truly feel how weak he was. As long as he did not reach the peak, he would never be able to call himself an expert, nor would he be able to protect his loved ones. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yan's hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, could not help but tremble as he clenched them tightly. In his mind, the faces of Jian Ming and the others appeared one by one, and finally, the Lord Palace Master. The faces of these people had already been deeply engraved in his mind. In the future, as long as these people did not die, they would become nightmares that would bind Xiao Yan for the rest of his life. However, just as the anger in Xiao Yan's heart was rising, a white-haired, kind-looking old man dressed in a golden robe appeared in the air a few meters in front of Xiao Yan without any warning. The moment the old man appeared, Xiao Yan also quickly regained his senses. He quickly raised his gaze, and a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his pale face. After a moment, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man, and said respectfully, "Junior Xiao Yan, thank you senior for saving me just now." The moment Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the old man's face, a strange feeling flashed across his heart. The golden-robed old man merely smiled faintly in the face of this. His turbid old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, looked deeply at Xiao Yan. Immediately, they swept over Xiao Jin, who was on Xiao Yan's shoulder. He frowned slightly before his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. "You don't have to thank this old man. If you want to thank someone, you should thank this little fellow. If it wasn't for him risking his life to save you, this old man really wouldn't have taken action." Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately after, his blood-stained palm gently caressed Xiao Jin's head. His heart could not help but be moved. He smiled and said to Xiao Jin in a low voice, "Little fellow, it's all thanks to you." Roar roar, hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, the heavily injured Xiao Jin used his small head to rub against Xiao Yan's palm, and roared softly. Looking at Xiao Jin on his shoulder, Xiao Yan could not help but chuckle. Only then did he remember the old man in front of him. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at the old man in embroidered robes. He cupped his hands again and said, "No matter what, it's all thanks to Senior's help that Junior was able to keep his life. Junior is truly grateful for Senior's kindness." There's no need to be grateful. However, there is one thing that this old man wants to take away. The old man gently stroked his beard with one hand and looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. His gaze once again swept over Xiao Jin as he said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. With a thought, the Northern King immediately flew over from afar and stood beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, if the other party had ill intentions, he would not be polite either. When the Northern King came to his side, Xiao Yan's heart barely gained some confidence. From the eyes of this golden-robed old man, he could clearly see that the old man's intention was Xiao Jin, who was on his shoulder. Xiao Yan's heart carried some hope. His heart also hoped that he was overthinking. A couple of breaths later, Xiao Yan finally narrowed his eyes. His gaze focused on the golden-robed old man as he once again opened his mouth and spoke in a serious voice. "May I know what Senior is referring to? This old man is talking about him on your left shoulder." Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, the golden-robed old man extended a finger and pointed at Xiao Jin. "Senior, this junior does not quite understand what you mean." Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. It was unexpected that this golden-robed old man really had designs on Xiao Jin. This involuntarily caused a fury to surge out of Xiao Yan's heart. Currently, Xiao Jin was his only kin. He would definitely not allow anyone to take him away from his side. Even if the other party was an ultimate expert who had surpassed the Yuan Zong, he would definitely not allow it. As Xiao Yan's thoughts fell, the Northern King in front of him moved and blocked Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin behind him. On the other hand, Xiao Yan swiftly consumed a few Emperor-tier medicinal pills and hurriedly recovered the injuries within his body as well as the Do Qi he had exhausted in the previous battle. At the same time, the little dou qi that had temporarily recovered within his body was also completely raised by Xiao Yan. Wisps of tiny flames swayed and rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body. This scene caused surprise to involuntarily flash across the golden-robed old man's eyes. "Hey, brat, you are quite bold. You are the first person in the entire continent to raise dou qi in front of this old man with such little strength." The golden-robed old man lifted his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but laugh softly at Xiao Yan. His tone was calm and did not contain the slightest ripple. Even so, it was sufficient to indicate the shock he felt toward Xiao Yan in his heart. The muscles on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily trembled intensely when he heard this. Overusing the dou qi in his body was quite a big burden for him. Even so, Xiao Yan still clenched his hand in the air. He took out the heavy Xian ruler from his storage ring and held it in his hand. However, the difference was that the heavy Xian ruler, which Xiao Yan had become completely accustomed to, could not help but sink slightly the moment it entered Xiao Yan's hand. His entire face also became even paler. The golden-robed old man could not help but focus slightly when he saw the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. He muttered softly in his mouth. His turbid old eyes once again stared at Xiao Yan. A shocked expression involuntarily surged out of his eyes. After a long while, the originally heavy atmosphere between heaven and earth was once again broken by the old man's kind laughter. All right. Keep it. You are already unable to bear the burden now. Instead of exhausting your own essence without knowing the whole story, why don't you listen to what the old man has to say? The old man believes that you will agree to let the old man take him away." Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. He lifted the huge ruler in his hand slightly and pointed it at the old man. His heart was repeatedly pondering. He really did not dare to be careless when facing a strong person of this level. That being said, if this golden-robed old man really had ill intentions toward Xiao Jin, it was likely that he would have already taken action and would not waste time with him here. Since the latter believed that he could convince him, he would temporarily listen to him. It could also be considered as delaying for some time and allowing him to recover some dou qi. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan finally withdrew the heavenly flame and dou qi that had surged out of his body in front of the friendly smile on the golden-robed old man's face. The heavy Xian ruler, however, was still held in Xiao Yan's hand without daring to relax. Chapter 406. Above the clear sky, a cool breeze blew, refreshing one's heart. The blazing sun was like fire, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. As Xiao Yan absorbed the heavenly flame into his body, the tense atmosphere between heaven and earth also dissipated. Above the void, Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian Buster sword in his hand. He lifted his gaze and looked at the golden-robed elder opposite him. Seeing the confident expression on the other party's face, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. After a few breaths, he took a deep breath, stared at the elder, and slowly said, "Since Senior says that there's another story behind this, then please tell us about it." Seeing that Xiao Yan still had a cautious expression, the golden-robed elder smiled faintly. After which, his gaze landed on Xiao Jin, who was on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan and said, "Before that, this old man hopes that you can temporarily hand him over to this old man." Before the elder's voice faded, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. A trace of anger appeared between his brows. However, before Xiao Yan could speak, the elder's following words were like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished the anger in Xiao Yan's heart. "This little fellow is seriously injured. If this continues, it won't be good for him." After the elder's words, Xiao Yan immediately came to his senses. He looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. Even with the help of the medicinal pill, Xiao Jin's injuries were too serious. Even an emperor medicinal pill would not be of much use in a short period of time. Looking at Xiao Jin on his shoulder and then looking at the golden-robed elder who had stretched out his hand, Xiao Yan still did not dare to entrust Xiao Jin to the elder without worry. Seeing this, the golden-robed elder immediately understood in his heart. He frowned slightly. His gaze was also filled with worry when he looked at Xiao Jin. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed softly and turned his gaze back to Xiao Yan. He sighed softly and said, "Fine, since you don't trust this old man doesn't mind. However, this little fellow's injuries do indeed need to be treated in time. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will have a great impact on his foundation. Judging from your aura, you should be an alchemist. How about this old man has a nirvana pill here. I will give it to you first. If you trust it, it is best to feed it to him. If you don't trust it, then his injuries can only be temporarily put aside." As his voice faded, the elder waved his hand gently. A ray of light immediately shot towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before receiving it in his hand. Opening his palm, a jade bottle inlaid with golden patterns lay in his palm. A faint temperature was transmitted from it to Xiao Yan's palm, causing him to involuntarily raise his eyebrows slightly. The material of this jade bottle was not ordinary. It was actually able to maintain the temperature of the medicinal pill within without using any external energy, causing the medicinal pill within to be in its most perfect condition. Just from this point alone, one could tell that the identity of this old man was definitely much higher than what Xiao Yan had imagined. Casually wiping away the energy film that sealed the mouth of the bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately rose from within like a cloud. It leisurely transformed in front of Xiao Yan. In the end, it actually faintly transformed into a demon phoenix. Following which, under Xiao Yan's somewhat astonished gaze, it gradually dispersed in all directions. Seeing the demon phoenix, Xiao Yan's eyes immediately focused. He never thought that this medicinal pill would actually be so magical. The medicinal fragrance that it condensed was actually able to transform into a demon phoenix. Just this point alone was enough to prove that the medicinal pill in the jade bottle was extraordinary. Moreover, from this rich medicinal fragrance, Xiao Yan could roughly guess in his heart that the grade of this medicinal pill was likely to exceed his current knowledge. Huff, taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan opened his palm and carefully poured the medicinal pill in the jade bottle into his palm. When the medicinal pill entered his hand, a faint warm feeling immediately spread. Xiao Yan focused his gaze and saw a golden medicinal pill that was emitting a faint glass golden light quietly lying in his palm. Vaguely, Xiao Yan could feel the rich medicinal power within the medicinal pill. This medicinal power was definitely not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. Even an emperor-grade medicinal pill would feel like a small child in front of a great one. On the surface of the golden medicinal pill, there was a scarlet-red area. Xiao Yan carefully looked at it. This scarlet-red area's shape just so happened to be the shape of a demon phoenix. Moreover, as the scarlet-red light slowly circulated on it, the pair of wings actually seemed to be flapping, causing Xiao Yan to have a strange illusion. Under Xiao Yan's careful inspection, he seemed to have sensed a trace of a familiar aura from this medicinal pill. Demon Phoenix Bloodline. This is the Demon Phoenix bloodline of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. At this moment, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly froze. His pale face could not help but reveal a deep shock. It was hard to imagine that the medicinal pill in front of him actually contained the power of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's bloodline. One should know that as the supreme existence in the magical beast world, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe also stood at the peak of the continent even in the Yuanwu continent. Xiao Yan was also clear about the rules of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. They had strict requirements for the bloodline and corpses of their tribe members. Anyone who did not belong to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe who obtained the Demon Phoenix bloodline would be recorded in the blacklist of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. However, the golden-robed elder before him was actually able to refine it into a medicinal pill. Based on this point, the true identity of the elder before him was likely far beyond Xiao Yan's imagination. When he saw the shocked expression on Xiao Yan's face, the golden-robed elder parted the corners of his mouth and revealed a prideful smile. It was as if he did not care about the Demon Phoenix bloodline in this medicinal pill at all. After recovering, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated and quickly fed the medicinal pill in his hand to Xiao Jin. Although this nirvana pill was of a high tier, Xiao Yan found that its medicinal properties were extremely gentle. The wild and violent strength of the demon phoenix bloodline was also suppressed by another bloodline. This caused Xiao Yan's eyes to flicker. After Xiao Jin swallowed the medicinal pill, a faint golden light immediately surged out from its body and wrapped around Xiao Jin's blood-stained body. Immediately, Xiao Yan clearly saw that the wounds on Xiao Yan's body were rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Although it could not completely recover, it was still several times more effective than Xiao Yan's Emperor-tier medicinal pill. It was hard to imagine what grade of pill this nirvana pill was. With such a terrifying recovery speed, the tier of this medicinal pill was at least tier 4. Xiao Yan's pale face finally revealed a reassuring smile when he saw Xiao Jin swiftly recovering from the injuries within its body. Immediately, he once again raised his head and looked at the golden-robed, old man on the other side. This time, Xiao Yan's face was no longer as solemn as before. From the actions of the golden-robed elder, the other party sincerely wanted to save Xiao Jin and did not have any ulterior motives. As such, this was enough for Xiao Yan to treat him with respect. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and bowed to the old man. However, when the old man nodded and smiled, Xiao Yan raised his gaze. Both of his eyes focused on the latter. A glint flickered deep within his dark black pupils. He immediately opened his mouth and spoke in a serious voice. "Elder, if I have guessed correctly, Elder should be a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe." The expression of the golden-robed, old man on the opposite side of Xiao Yan involuntarily became a little startled after his words sounded. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed in a noncommittal manner. A pair of turbid old eyes stared at Xiao Yan. The two of them exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. Collecting book friends. 4766687761. Chapter 407. Xiao Yan had already sensed something in his heart when he first saw this golden-robed old man earlier. After all, Xiao Yan's body also contained some dragon bloodline. As long as someone from the dragon tribe was in front of him, the familiar bloodline aura would allow him to immediately sense the other party's identity. Of course, it was also possible that Xiao Yan had exhausted the strength of the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body earlier, causing the current Xiao Yan to vaguely sense something. Hence, his heart was uncertain about the identity of this old man. Similarly, the golden-robed old man in front of him had also sensed the trace of dragon phoenix bloodline in Xiao Yan's body at first glance. Moreover, he was certain that the dragon bloodline did indeed exist within Xiao Yan's body. A warmth involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart after confirming the old man's identity. This kind of feeling was as though he had met his family. Xiao Yan had always had a good impression of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. This was especially the case when he thought of Ziyan. An inexplicable feeling of pity would rise in his heart. Soon after, however, a smile had just surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when his heart seemed to have thought of something. In the blink of an eye, the smile that had just risen on his face was completely swept away. Instead, he carried an expression of some fear as he looked at the golden-robed old man. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan react. After all, this was not the Douqi continent. Although this golden-robed old man in front of him was a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, they had never met before. Who knew if this golden-robed old man in front of him would recognize that the bloodline within his body was not an ordinary dragon bloodline. Instead, it was the strongest dragon bloodline, the dragon phoenix bloodline. Once he recognized it, Xiao Yan might end up becoming enemies with him if he had evil thoughts and wanted to take it back. Putting aside the benefits that the dragon phoenix bloodline brought to Xiao Yan, just the fact that it was given to him by Xiao Yan meant that he would not let it be taken away so easily. If the golden-robed old man in front of him really wanted to forcefully take away the dragon phoenix bloodline, then Xiao Yan would definitely make the other party leave something behind even if he had to risk everything today. However, just as Xiao Yan's thoughts were in a mess, the golden-robed old man opposite him seemed to have seen through the concerns in Xiao Yan's heart. He immediately chuckled and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, kid, do you really look down on this old man? Do you think that I am a pedantic person like those mixed-haired birds from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? As long as you don't kill my clansmen and take them by force, I can't be bothered to take them back." As his words fell, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan with a profound gaze. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but grin awkwardly. He raised his eyes to look at the golden-robed old man and felt helpless. Who asked the other party to be so powerful and a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan? In addition, the bloodline power in his body was extraordinary. Who knew if he would be tempted by wealth? It would be strange if he did not think too much about it. Noticing the gaze of the golden-robed old man, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was slightly startled. However, before Xiao Yan could speak, the golden-robed old man spoke again. "However, this old man wants to know where the dragon phoenix bloodline in your body came from?" Before the old man finished speaking, Xiao Yan's face was suddenly shocked. He did not expect to be recognized by the golden-robed old man in the end. What dragon phoenix bloodline? This junior does not know what elder means. Hee, kid, don't pretend to be confused in front of this old man. Also, this old man said that I will not take it back. This old man is just curious. Why do you, a human, possess the dragon phoenix bloodline of my clan? This is not an ordinary thing. You should understand how important this thing is to my dragon clan. A solemn expression surfaced on the old man's face when he finished speaking. The dragon phoenix bloodline was too important to the ancient Void Dragon tribe. However, the power of the dragon phoenix bloodline had appeared in a human. No matter what, he had to know the origin of the dragon phoenix bloodline. This might be an opportunity for the ancient Void Dragon tribe to flourish once again. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan once again relaxed. However, in the end, he still slowly shook his head under the old man's sighing gaze and said, "Sorry. This dragon phoenix bloodline also exists. However, this junior was lucky enough to obtain it at an auction. At that time, no one recognized it, and I happened to recognize it, so I bought it back, so." Xiao Yan helplessly spread his hands. His face was full of worry. It seemed that he was powerless to do anything about it. Hearing that the dragon phoenix bloodline was actually obtained from an auction, a look of disappointment involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. Then, he saw Xiao Yan's helpless expression. His words seemed to be true. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan really did not know the specific origin of the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. However, when the golden-robed old man looked at Xiao Yan, an extremely obscure light involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even with Xiao Yan's astonishing insight, he did not notice this. Sigh. In that case, this old man will not make things difficult for you. If you can't find it, then so be it. But before that, this old man still hopes that you can hand this little fellow over to this old man and let this old man bring him back. Changing the topic, the golden-robed old man's gaze once again landed on Xiao Jin. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with an extremely determined expression. No matter what, Xiao Jin was the purpose of his trip. Regardless of the bloodline in Xiao Yan's body, he had to bring Xiao Jin away. Even Xiao Yan could not stop him on this point. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan once again frowned. He looked at Xiao Jin, who was entrenched on his shoulder, and then looked at the old man. He could not help but ask, "Senior, Xiao Jin's original body is only the 9 mysterious golden lightning. This does not seem to be related to the ancient Void Dragon clan, right? But why must Senior take him away?" The old man stroked his beard with one hand and nodded at Xiao Yan, saying, "You're right. His original body is only the 9 mysterious golden lightning. It's not considered powerful among all the thunderbolts. However, there are 2 things about him that no other thunderbolts in this world possess." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and quickly thought of something. Just as Xiao Yan was frowning and thinking, the golden-robed old man spoke again and pointed out the right path for Xiao Yan. The difference between this little fellow is that there is also the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. Although it is not much, this old man can guess that it should have passed through your body. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood this point. He had experienced many great battles in the past. During that period of time, Xiao Yan had bled a lot. Perhaps it was at that time that Xiao Jin accidentally swallowed the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body. However, this was only one of the reasons. The golden-robed old man said that there were two things about Xiao Jin that were different from other thunderbolts. Then, what was the second thing? Seeing Xiao Yan's puzzled look, the old man chuckled. He paused, but did not speak the truth. Instead, he smiled and asked Xiao Yan, "Boy, do you know what the ancient Void Dragon clan is best at?" The expression on Xiao Yan's face was once again startled when he heard this irrelevant question. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Xiao Yan appeared to have suddenly thought of something. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the golden-robed old man with a surprised face. "I see. Senior, are you saying that Xiao Jin possesses the innate ability of the ancient Void Dragon clan and can freely travel through the void?" Chapter 408. Xiao Yan immediately came to an understanding after the golden-robed old man hinted at him. Additionally, Xiao Jin had indeed unleashed a frightening speed that shocked even an elite Dou-Di in order to save him earlier. That kind of speed was not a theoretical movement. Instead, it was a method of shuttling through space. It was similar to Xiao Yan's Great Void Way, allowing him to instantly traverse space. This was the innate ability of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the wisp of spatial strength that possessed some intelligence that Xiao Jin had swallowed when he had just arrived at the Yuanwu continent. If one had to give a reasonable explanation for Xiao Jin's ability to traverse space, only this point could explain everything. That's right. It is precisely these 2 points. The bloodline strength, the innate ability of my ancient Void Dragon tribe. With the combination of the two and his actual body being a lightning dragon, this little fellow is already a member of my dragon tribe. Ha ha. The old man laughed while Xiao Yan was frowning and deep in thought. The words from his mouth seemed to be quite satisfied with Xiao Jin's new identity. His heart was also filled with joy because of this. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. Regardless of what changes had occurred to the bloodline in Xiao Jin's body or what ability he possessed, he was still Xiao Jin in Xiao Yan's eyes. He was not someone that could be casually determined by others. The words of the old man in front of him had caused anger to once again rise in Xiao Yan's heart. "Elder, perhaps Xiao Jin is a member of your tribe in your eyes. However, in the eyes of this junior, he is my kin. His identity cannot be determined by just a single sentence from you." Xiao Yan frowned and softly spoke to the golden-robed old man. The expression on the old man's face was involuntarily startled when he heard this. Immediately, he laughed out loud and said to Xiao Yan, "Kid, you are right. Boy, your words are indeed true. However, the dragon phoenix bloodline in this little fellow's body has already fused with his body. No matter what you say, he is still a member of my ancient Void Dragon clan. Of course, perhaps in your eyes, he is an identity, but in my eyes, he is another identity. This is not important, but what is important is that this little fellow's future will be limitless." Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a little surprised by the old man's words. The old man chuckled when he saw this. Then, he opened his mouth again and said with a smile, "Hee hee. In my dragon clan, there is the tomb of 10,000 dragons. This is the place where the members of my ancient Void Dragon clan are buried after they die. It contains the densest dragon chi of my ancient Void Dragon clan. Using this dragon chi can stimulate the power of the dragon phoenix bloodline to the greatest extent, thus allowing his cultivation speed to increase rapidly. In addition, his original body is the 9 mysterious golden lightning. After he transforms, his cultivation speed will be enough to stand at the peak of the current continent. I believe that in less than 50 years, there will be a place for him in this entire continent. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although 50 years sounded like a long time, it was nothing in the eyes of cultivators like them, especially those who had reached the level of a half-step emperor. There was no time in cultivation. For an ordinary half-step emperor, even a closed-door training would take 100 years. However, this might not be able to increase his strength by much. From this, it could be seen that a mere 50 years was nothing to a half-step emperor. However, a mere 50 years that was nothing in the eyes of a half-step emperor was enough for Xiao Jin to become a supreme expert of the continent. This was an opportunity for him. After all, if Xiao Jin continued to follow by Xiao Yan's side, even Xiao Yan couldn't guarantee what level Xiao Jin's strength would reach in the next 50 years. He couldn't possibly disregard Xiao Jin's future for this so-called family. Sigh, thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. His eyes revealed a reluctant expression. "Kid, I understand that you can't bear to part with him. If I've guessed correctly, he can be considered as your only family right now." The old man narrowed his eyes. His golden eyes revealed a wise and far-sighted light. There were some things that he was unwilling to say, but he had already seen through long ago. Sometimes, even a small object could reveal one's identity. In the eyes of the golden-robed old man, Xiao Yan was exactly like that. Hearing the golden-robed old man's words, Xiao Yan revealed an astonished expression once again. The old man had actually guessed this. This caused Xiao Yan to feel astonished, and at the same time, doubt slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. However, in the end, he still frowned and nodded. He stared at the golden-robed old man without saying anything. "I understand that you can't bear to part with him. However, there's something else that you need to understand." The old man sighed softly. His muddy eyes stared straight at Xiao Yan as he spoke again. "This kid has extraordinary potential. This little fellow has extraordinary potential. Once he grows up, no one in the entire continent will be his match. However, the prerequisite for this is that he has to grow up. You should understand what I mean, right?" Xiao Yan nodded. He naturally understood the meaning behind the golden-robed old man's words. There was no need to prove Xiao Jin's cultivation talent. As the 9 mysterious golden lightning, he was blessed by the world. His cultivation speed would only be faster than ordinary people. Coupled with his current dragon phoenix bloodline, he could be considered half a member of the ancient void dragon clan. With the support of these two identities, Xiao Jin's future was even more unimaginable. Of course, Xiao Jin's cultivation was extremely high. However, if he couldn't maintain it during this cultivation process, there was still the risk of him dying prematurely. In particular, Xiao Yan was currently facing all sorts of enemies. He couldn't even protect himself. If he continued to keep Xiao Jin by his side, if something happened to Xiao Yan one day, it would be impossible for Xiao Jin to survive. Xiao Yan couldn't harm himself and Xiao Jin at the same time. He couldn't do such a thing, nor could he. Sigh, with another sigh, Xiao Yan raised his head helplessly. He faced the sky and gazed at the boundless sky. His heart was filled with reluctance. Now, it seemed like he could only helplessly send Xiao Jin away. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. He felt extremely melancholy. In the end, all of this was because he didn't have enough strength. Strength, it's strength again. Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse as he muttered with great reluctance. His white hands slowly clenched under his sleeves as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 409. I hope Senior can treat Xiao Jin well after you bring him back. Otherwise, even if you are from the ancient Void Dragon clan, I will make you pay a painful price. Trust me. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan slowly calmed his heart. His eyes looked down and met the eyes of the golden-robed old man. A pair of dark black eyes were as deep as a pool of deep water. His face was expressionless. Although the aura of his body was calm, it caused one to feel a chill. At this moment, even the golden-robed old man's eyes could not help but suddenly focus. A storm immediately rose in his heart. It was hard to imagine that a half-emperor, in such a weak state, could invisibly spread a deterrent force that could move a super-expert like him. The black-robed young man before him was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Good. This old man can swear an oath to testify to this. The golden-robed old man shouted. Without saying anything else, he raised his hand and swore to the heavens. His expression was solemn as he shouted sternly, I am Jin Lin. I'm Jin Lin. Today, I swear to the heavens that when I bring Xiao Jin back to my clan, I'll put all my effort into teaching him. I won't let him suffer any harm. If I violate this oath, I'll be punished by lightning. Rumble. The moment the cry from Jin Lin's mouth sounded, the originally clear sky suddenly became filled with the sound of thunder. Dark clouds churned and the entire sky changed color in an instant. Numerous terrifying thunderbolts descended from the sky with an extremely destructive aura. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, even Jin Lin could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock as he watched the terrifying bolts of lightning fall from the sky. This was the second time he had seen the ninth heaven divine lightning. However, even though he had seen it once, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble when he saw it again. After a long time, the roaring thunder gradually subsided. In the sky, the thick thunderclouds that covered the entire sky gradually dispersed. In the end, the sky returned to its original blue color. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down. It was as if the thunderclouds had never appeared. However, when he looked at Xiao Yan again, he was still immersed in the mighty power from before and had not withdrawn. Cough. Kid, now you should believe this old man's words. A soft cough awakened Xiao Yan from his shocked state. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also changed as he lifted his head to look at the blue sky. It was a long while later before he recovered. Turning his gaze back, Xiao Yan looked at Jin Lin. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan found out that the golden-robed old man before him was called Jin Lin. Phew. If that's the case, then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Senior Jin Lin to take care of Xiao Jin in the future. Junior Xiao Yan thanks you on behalf of Xiao Jin. Since the other party had used the lightning penalty oath to prove his feelings, Xiao Yan naturally had to be courteous as a junior. He immediately cupped his hands together towards Jin Lin and spoke in an even more respectful tone. Although it was unavoidable that Xiao Jin would be sent out, if he could give him a good cultivation environment, find a good teacher, and find someone who could sincerely help him, Xiao Yan felt that it was worth it even if he could not personally witness Xiao Jin's growth. After all, if Xiao Jin continued to follow him, Xiao Yan would only harm him. Rather than that, it was better to let Xiao Jin properly cultivate in the ancient Void Dragon tribe. At worst, it would not be too late to look for Xiao Jin when he became stronger in the future. Xiao Yan. Good, this old man will remember. Very good. Don't worry, this little fellow will be personally taught by this old man in the future. When you see him next time, don't be frightened. Ha ha ha. Jin Lin laughed heartily. He looked like an old grandfather who was about to hold his grandson in his arms. As he spoke, he had already strode towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he saw this. Immediately, his face carried some reluctance as he looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder. His eyes revealed a fatherly expression. Although Xiao Jin's real age was more than 100 times that of Xiao Yan, Xiao Jin's intelligence was now only that of a human child. Xiao Jin had lived with Xiao Yan for more than 10 years. Xiao Yan had long regarded him as his closest kin. Now, he had to give him away. Although it was for his own good, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. Can't bear to sigh. It's human nature. I can't help it. Seeing this, Jin Lin shook his head and sighed helplessly. A long while later, Xiao Yan carefully held Xiao Jin, who was surrounded by golden light. His arms slowly stretched forward. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Jin Lin's face was half worried and half happy when he saw Xiao Yan hand Xiao Jin to him. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan. He could not bear to do this. He could imagine the feelings Xiao Yan had for Xiao Jin. However, he also knew that Xiao Yan had to do this for Xiao Jin. Xiao Yan, thank you. Suddenly, Jin Lin said something that caused Xiao Yan's mind to freeze. Then, he carefully took Xiao Jin, whose body was curled up, from Xiao Yan's stiff hands. Roar! After leaving Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Jin seemed to have sensed something. It immediately woke up from its slumber. When it raised its head, it did not see Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Jin was stunned. Then, it violently twisted its body and struggled to turn around. When it saw Xiao Yan, it moved its body and wanted to return to Xiao Yan's stiff hands. Go! Seeing Xiao Jin struggle with all its might, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but turn red. However, in the end, he forcefully endured it and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. When he said this, Xiao Yan's lips could not help but tremble. Roar! Xiao Jin's struggling body paused when it heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. Soon after, both of its eyes were scarlet as it suddenly raised its head. It let out an earth-shaking dragon roar to the sky. The dragon roar was vast and mighty. Its might shook the sky. All the magical beasts within a 500-kilometer radius knelt in the direction where Xiao Jin was in fear after hearing it. At the same time, Xiao Jin's snake-like body swelled again. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge dragon and escaped from Jin Lin's hands. After turning into a huge dragon once again, Xiao Jin immediately twisted its body. Its huge dragon tail swung violently and smashed towards Jin Lin. From Xiao Jin's point of view, if it were not for Jin Lin's coercion, Xiao Yan would definitely not give it away. In the face of Xiao Jin's all-out attack, Jin Lin could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect Xiao Jin to go to such an extent for Xiao Yan. It had to be said that the relationship between them was really deep. However, just as Xiao Jin's dragon tail was about to smash into Jin Lin's body, Xiao Yan's shout suddenly rang out, forcefully stopping Xiao Jin's actions. Xiao Jin, stop right now. As Xiao Yan's shout sounded, Xiao Jin's huge body immediately froze. The dragon tail that was smashing towards Jin Lin was also forcefully stopped in the air. Only a powerful gust of wind fell, and when it reached the space 10 feet in front of Jin Lin, it automatically dissipated. Xiao Yan's face revealed a stern expression as he looked at Xiao Jin in front of him. Xiao Yan slowly spread his hand in the empty space in front of him. He stared at Xiao Jin without uttering a single word. Roar! With an unwilling roar, Xiao Jin helplessly drooped its head. As the golden light dissipated, Xiao Jin once again turned into a small snake and landed on Xiao Yan's palm. Its pair of exquisite eyes looked at Xiao Yan with a pitiful expression. Sigh, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He once again placed Xiao Jin in Jin Lin's hands. This time around, Xiao Yan did not hesitate even a little. Xiao Jin also stared intently at Xiao Yan's stern eyes. It did not move. It lay between Jin Lin's hands and similarly did not make a sound. Sigh, with another soft sigh, Xiao Yan withdrew his palms. Facing Xiao Jin, his throat moved slightly as he said, Xiao Jin, it's not that I'm forcing you to submit, and it's also not that I don't want to keep you by my side. It's just that if you stay by my side, there won't be any benefits for either of us. I have my own path to walk, and you should also have your own path. If you continue to follow me, it will only limit your growth. Go, follow Elder Jin Lin to the dragon tribe. Compared to my place, that place is more suitable for you. Woo woo, a soft whimper was emitted from Xiao Jin's nose. Threads of tears also swiftly flowed down from the corner of Xiao Jin's eyes at this moment. Xiao Jin circled in the air and once again returned to Xiao Yan's side. However, in the end, it was wrapped by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame and once again returned to Jin Lin's palms. That was the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had agglomerated using all the dou qi within his body. If Xiao Jin dared to scatter it, Xiao Yan would definitely be further injured. Hence, even though Xiao Jin knew that Xiao Yan was doing this on purpose, Xiao Jin could only helplessly return to Jin Lin's side. Go, relax. Once your strength is sufficient, we will meet again. Before that, you should work hard to train. After saying these words, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and flew toward the distant sky without turning his head back. After Xiao Yan's figure gradually disappeared from Jin Lin's and Xiao Jin's sight, the heavenly flame that was wrapped around Xiao Jin's body finally scattered with a bang. Xiao Jin once again changed its body the instant the heavenly flame disappeared, intending to give chase to Xiao Yan. Save it. He has indeed asked you to stay behind for your own good. It is already too late for you to chase after him now. Roar. Xiao Jin abruptly turned around and a furious dragon roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Even the empty space became distorted at this moment. It is just as Xiao Yan said. If you want to see him again, you must show your strength. Before that, even if you shout until your throat breaks, you will still not be able to see him. Jin Lin spoke indifferently in response to this. He immediately turned around and slowly flew in the opposite direction of Xiao Yan. He actually did not even bother about Xiao Jin. If you want to see him again, follow this old man. If you don't want to, you can go and find him yourself. After saying these words, Jin Lin's flying speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown a distance of 10,000 feet. When Xiao Jin saw this, he could not help but hesitate in his heart. He looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Just as his body moved, he wanted to give chase. However, in the next moment, he paused again. Xiao Yan's words continuously echoed in his mind. He turned his head and looked at Jin Lin again, only to realize that the latter had already reached the end of his line of sight. If he did not give chase now, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. Roar! Roaring at the sky, Xiao Jin once again looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. Immediately, he abruptly turned around and quickly flew in the direction that Jin Lin had left in. Chapter 410. It was night. Dark black gauze covered the entire world. One could vaguely see dense thunderclouds in the pitch-black sky. Occasionally, lightning would flash as they churned, temporarily illuminating the vast mountain forest below. Soon after, a rumbling thunder would be emitted. It was just like the roar of a magical beast as it furiously resounded across the sky. Even some of the low-rank magical beasts in the mountain forest below could not help but feel fear in their hearts when they heard this thunder. Apart from that, there was also a sinister wind blowing between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the sea of trees like the netherworld. It brought about strange waves that looked like smiling faces, making this pitch-black world even more terrifying. At this moment, two people were seated in front of a fire in an open space where flames lingered in the mountain forest below. The flames danced like agile monkeys. The faint light from the flames shone on Xiao Yan's and Gu Yu's faces, illuminating the ground within a dozen feet of them. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan was still recalling Little Gold's appearance before it had been taken away by Jin Lin. Both of his eyes revealed a deep reluctance to part with it. Other than Xiao Xian, who had yet to be resurrected, Xiao Yan only had Little Gold left in the Yuanwu continent. However, ancestor Xiao Xian was still far from being truly resurrected. Moreover, little gold had been taken away at this moment. This meant that Xiao Yan would be alone for the rest of his journey. Old Gu, do you think it was the right decision to send little gold away? Xiao Yan's face carried a worried expression. He was not worried that he would face danger by himself. He had experienced quite a number of such things. There was no need for him to be worried. After all, he had walked all the way here by himself. He was only worried about whether Jin Lin was trustworthy. Even with the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, Jin Lin was still a stranger to Xiao Yan. Who would easily believe a stranger's words? Haha, little fellow Xiao Yan, it is not appropriate for the old me to comment on other matters. However, little fellow, you can rest assured about this lightning penalty oath. Even if he has any evil intentions, he will definitely not be able to do it. Although the old me has never come into contact with the ancient Void Dragon tribe, I can roughly tell you that other than an extremely small number of people, the rest of the ancient Void Dragon tribe have quite good characters. You are worthy of trusting this point. Guyu did not clearly explain whether it was right or wrong to send little gold away after hearing Xiao Yan's words. He only told Xiao Yan that the ancient Void Dragon tribe was not bad. As for his choice, it was up to Xiao Yan. Ugh. I hope so. Xiao Yan sighed softly when he heard this. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Little fellow, don't forget what you said. Didn't you send that little fellow away so that you can face the 4 great sects wholeheartedly? The grudge between you and the 4 great sects should be settled by you. Only by sending little gold away can you prevent him from being implicated. You have to walk the path. Why do you have to hold on to this matter? Guyu reprimanded Xiao Yan. His tone was extremely stern. Old Gu, Xiao Yan's throat rolled as he spoke in a dry voice. Guyu nodded when he saw this and continued speaking. Alright, don't think so much. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. I still have something to say to you once you have recovered. Guyu spoke faintly. After which, he ignored Xiao Yan. Instead, he stood up, turned around, and flew into the dark night sky. Guyu's expression was cold as he stood under the dark night sky. He looked at the churning thunderclouds above his head and revealed a dissatisfied expression. TCH, it's all because of this damn weather that this brat is still worried. Humph, all of you, disperse. Guyu suddenly cursed and waved his hand. A dense white energy pillar immediately shot out. It was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the thunderclouds in the sky. Rumble, soon after, the thunderclouds in the sky began to churn violently. A moment later, the dense thunderclouds in the sky were swept away and completely disappeared. The thunderclouds scattered and the bright moon rose high in the night sky. Stars appeared everywhere. Light scattered from the sky and landed on Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the medicinal pill in his body. Even the reddish-yellow flames were covered at this moment. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the moon? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had already sat in front of the extinguished fire for 10 days. During these 10 days, Xiao Yan had already refined no less than 5 D-tier medicinal pills. Only at this moment did the injuries within Xiao Yan's body completely recover. Xiao Yan clenched his hands as he sensed the abundant dou qi within his body. After which, he stood up from the ground. His body twisted left and right, and a wave of bone-cracking sounds were emitted from all over Xiao Yan's body. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily heave a long sigh of relief. It had been a long time since he had felt such a carefree feeling. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yan's hands were tightly clenched into fists. Both of his fists were swung in unison and unleashed a set of well-practiced fist techniques. Although Xiao Yan did not use any dou qi, his frightening physical body was still able to cause the space in front of him to become distorted. Numerous invisible air cannonballs immediately formed when Xiao Yan's fist was thrown out. Soon after, they carried a frightening wind as they mercilessly shattered an enormous rock that was over 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. Rock fragments shot out, stirring a cloud of dust that permeated the sky. At the same time, an intense explosive sound reverberated over the mountain forest, causing the expressions of many low-rank magical beasts to change upon hearing it. They swiftly fled. In an instant, the area within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan had become chaotic. The birds that resided in the forest were just like birds that had been startled by the twang of a bow. All of them flew into the sky. Xiao Yan immediately felt helpless in his heart when he saw that he had actually caused such a commotion just by moving his body. Xiao Yan curled his lips and bitterly withdrew his hand. Only then did he turn his eyes and look at the sky to the east. That was the direction that Jin Lin had taken Xiao Jin 10 days ago. Xiao Yan deeply exhaled the turbid air in his chest. He lifted his head and looked at the sky above. Guyu was standing high in the sky. Sunlight scattered down, but one could only vaguely see a cluster of black shadows. One was unable to clearly see his face. "Haha, have you recovered?" A laughter was transmitted. Xiao Yan nodded. His feet stomped on the ground as his body shot into the sky and stood in front of Guyu. "Since you have recovered, let's go." Guyu looked at Xiao Yan, whose aura had recovered. He softly laughed before turning into a ray of light that entered Xiao Yan's body. "Ugh! Old Gu, didn't you say that you had something to tell me the other day?" "Why, haha, you should leave first. It might be a little rushed. I will tell you when the time is right in a couple of days." Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Guyu interrupted Xiao Yan's words as though he had expected it. His soft laughter contained a different meaning, causing Xiao Yan to feel suspicious. However, it was difficult for him to guess. Xiao Yan could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He once again turned his head to look at the distant sky behind him. He immediately turned his head back and looked towards the southwest. The Shilin mountain range was there. Chapter 411. The vastness of the Shilin region had far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. He had originally thought that with his speed, he would not need more than 1 or 2 days to reach the Shilin mountain range. However, Xiao Yan had actually used a total of 5 days before he was able to clearly see the outline of a towering mountain range in the distance. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan truly understood just how vast the Yuanwu continent was. This place was definitely not something that the Doqi continent could compare with. It should be known that with Xiao Yan's current strength, he would be able to cover 10,000 kilometers in a day if he continued to fly. Even with such a frightening speed, Xiao Yan still took 5 days to fly. It was difficult to imagine just how vast the western region was. Most importantly, this place was merely the outer region of the western region. There was no need to mention just how vast the Yuanwu continent was. One could see the whole picture by looking at the big picture through a tube. Is this the Shilin mountain range? Looking at the size of this mountain range, it is really vast. Xiao Yan looked at the long mountain range in front of him from the empty space. Both of his eyes revealed some admiration as he involuntarily let out a soft sigh. At this moment, there was a vast mountain range that one could not see the end of in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like a huge sleeping beast lying in front of Xiao Yan. In front of this mountain range, even with Xiao Yan's eyesight, he was unable to see the end of the mountain range. From this, one could tell just how vast this mountain range was. The rugged mountain range rose and fell. Just the mountain in front of Xiao Yan was already 1,000 feet tall. There was no need to mention the mountain range that extended behind it. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he had already detected over 10 auras of elite half-emperors near the outer region of the mountain range. 7 of them were humans. Although the other 3 had already transformed into human form, Xiao Yan was still able to detect the violent aura from their bodies. It was an aura that was unique to magical beasts. TSK, compared to the southern region, this place seems to be much more lively. This is merely the outer region, yet there are elite half-emperors present. It is difficult to imagine just what kind of scenery the deeper regions of the Shilin mountain range is like. Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the mountain range below. His dark black eyes involuntarily revealed a heated expression. The surging fighting intent in his heart suddenly surged at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have returned to the days in the magical beast mountain range back in the Douqi continent. His hand slowly extended out of his sleeves, and the heavy heavy ruler, until it completely appeared. Xiao Yan only when the heavy ruler was completely. When? Was, to. Be, to do. A moment later, Xiao Yan had already appeared in a small town. This small town was called Sangmu Town. It was the only human gathering place in the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. At the same time, it was also the most lively place. What sold the most in this place was naturally the monster cores of the magical beasts within the Shilin mountain range. Those who relied on the mountain lived off the mountain. This was the way these people operated. Other than this, there were some medicinal pills that were used for healing. Xiao Yan even discovered that this place actually sold some kind of information. Among them, the thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention the most was that there were actually quite a number of these kinds of information that were related to him. This discovery caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat stunned. As he walked through the slightly crowded crowd, Xiao Yan casually dealt with a few golden fingers in the crowd from time to time. In the end, he stood in front of a rather beautifully decorated shop. He raised his head to look at the 3 words that were filled with incomparable arrogance on the shop's signboard. Xiao Yan's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. It had to be said that the name of this shop was not just arrogant in the ordinary sense. Sky-penetrating pavilion. I wonder if you really have the ability to reach the heavens like your name suggests. Standing in front of the sky-penetrating pavilion, Xiao Yan looked at the 3 large, flamboyant words on the signboard with a playful smile on his face as he laughed coldly inside. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yan lifted his foot and walked into the so-called sky-penetrating pavilion. When Xiao Yan stepped into the sky-penetrating pavilion, a wave of cool air immediately rushed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, there was a faint fragrance in the cool air that made one feel refreshed just by smelling it. When Xiao Yan entered the pavilion, he immediately saw quite a few people. It seemed that the sky-penetrating pavilion was rather popular. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's strength of soul, he discovered that apart from a small portion of mercenaries and a few others, the majority of the people present were actually buying information about him. This caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. What surprised Xiao Yan the most was that there were no less than 10 types of information about him in the sky-penetrating pavilion. The 10 types of information were like 10 Xiao Yan. Some were seriously injured, some were crippled, some were indulging in debauchery somewhere, and some were even slaves of some faction. Of course, these information were all vague. Unless one really used spirit coins to buy the information, the people of the sky-penetrating pavilion would not say anything more about the specific situation of the information. When these information entered Xiao Yan's ears, it caused Xiao Yan to immediately feel as though his horizons had been broadened. He really did not know whether the so-called him in these information was just someone with the same name or if they were all randomly made up. Of course, it was likely that 9 out of 10 people would not believe this kind of information. After all, the big battle between Xiao Yan and the 4 elite Dou half a year ago had allowed everyone in the western region to understand Xiao Yan's strength. Even though this was the case, there were still quite a number of people fighting over information about Xiao Yan. Forget about everything else. At this moment, there were already 3 elite half-emperors glaring at each other, especially the information about Xiao Yan's current location. They had even put down some vicious words that would threaten their lives. Xiao Yan curled his mouth and ignored the authenticity of the information. At this moment, he was here. If the people of the sky-penetrating pavilion were really aware of him, they would have already acted. From the looks of the situation, they were clearly unaware. There was naturally no need to say more about the authenticity of this information. Of course, if this information was placed in the hearts of the 3 elite half-emperors present, it was the most likely information. However, just as Xiao Yan was focusing his attention to observe the situation in the square, a young man wearing the uniform of an attendant from the Clear Sky Pavilion ran over to Xiao Yan in a somewhat wretched manner. He laughed and said, "This young man is a servant of the Clear Sky Pavilion. This little brother, are you also here to buy information? I wonder what kind of information you want. If it's related to Xiao Yan, then it's really a coincidence. I just happen to have a newly compiled, newly discovered information. If you're willing, brother, I also find you familiar. How about this, I'll only charge you 50,000 spirit coins and I'll sell this information to you. How about it?" The wretched-looking young man looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face. As he smiled, he raised his eyebrows at Xiao Yan. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately came back to his senses. The first thing he saw was the wretched-looking young man in front of him. Immediately after, he looked at the latter with a stunned expression. He looked to his left and right. After confirming that there was no one else, he once again looked at the wretched-looking young man with an embarrassed smile on his face. He extended a finger and pointed at himself. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Are you talking to me? How about it? Do you want it? This information is now a hot commodity. If you don't want it, then I'll sell it to someone else." With regards to Xiao Yan's strange behavior, the wretched-looking young man did not notice anything. Instead, he raised his sexy eyebrows again and said in an extremely wretched manner. Xiao Yan's face slowly froze. The muscles at the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. He frowned slightly and did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Chapter 412. Little brother, how is it? 50,000 spirit coins in exchange for a piece of information about Xiao Yan. This is definitely worth it. When the time comes, as long as little brother catches Xiao Yan and brings him to the 4 great sects, the merit that you have done is enough for you to not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The wretched-looking young man grinned as he looked at Xiao Yan. However, he did not know that the words that came out of his mouth caused the person in front of him to laugh endlessly in his heart. But since this is the case, you know that as long as you catch this Xiao Yan and bring him to the 4 great sects, you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. However, why don't you catch Xiao Yan yourself? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. He also grinned as he looked at the wretched-looking young man in front of him. His tone was filled with playfulness. In order to be able to quietly recover from the injuries in his body, he chose to retreat into the Shilin mountain range. Currently, he is recuperating in a hidden place within the Shilin mountain range. Although I know where he is, it's a pity that my strength is not enough and I am still not his match. The few times that I went there, I was forced to flee. I even almost died in his hands. Therefore, I could only helplessly sell this piece of information. Sigh. The wretched-looking young man's face was filled with unwillingness as he narrated his experience with Xiao Yan. However, he was completely unaware that Xiao Yan was right in front of him. He did not dare to imagine what kind of interesting expression would appear on the wretched-looking young man's face if Xiao Yan revealed his identity at this moment. When he heard the wretched-looking young man's words, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly. A doubtful expression appeared on his face as he asked the wretched-looking young man again. "Oh? Based on what you said, you mean that you have fought with Xiao Yan before?" When he heard Xiao Yan's words, the wretched-looking young man's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face as if he was telling Xiao Yan that this was true. To tell you the truth, I have fought with Xiao Yan a few times. Although he was injured at that time, it's a pity that a half-emperor is a half-emperor. In the end, I was no match for him. Although I managed to escape death each time, Xiao Yan, that brat, Xiao has suffered. I have even removed one of his fingers. Of his finger, of. When he finished speaking, the wretched-looking young man actually took out a yellowed finger bone from his storage ring and placed it in front of Xiao Yan as if he was afraid that Xiao Yan would not believe him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but cough twice. It had to be said that these scammers really had many tricks up their sleeves. They had all kinds of deceptive equipment. They even had a fake finger bone. Looking at the color of this finger bone, it seemed to be more than 10 years old. He actually said that it was forcefully removed during the battle with Xiao Yan not long ago. He was really shameless. Little brother, you should believe me now. Let me tell you a secret. Xiao Yan's injuries have worsened. As long as you buy this information of mine and find him, you will be able to easily kill him. 50,000 spirit coins in exchange for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Little brother, you have made a fortune. The wretched-looking young man looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. His words actually revealed a faint trace of envy. It seemed that this information could really bring Xiao Yan glory and wealth, as he said. It had to be said that the wretched-looking young man's skills in deceiving people were quite top-notch. Not only did he have a complete set of equipment, but he could even control the changes in his expression and the fluctuations in his heart so easily. If it was someone else today, they might really have been deceived by him. Unfortunately, what the wretched-looking young man did not know was that Xiao Yan, who he said had something to do with him, was standing in front of him at this moment with a mocking smile. His heart was full of cold sneers. Although what you said is right, I think it's better to forget about it. Since you said that Xiao Yan was able to beat you back a few times in a severely injured state and even almost killed you, if I were to go and die in his hands, wouldn't these 50,000 spirit coins be wasted? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up and he laughed softly. However, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly at the wretched-looking young man in front of him. It seemed that he was quite afraid of Xiao Yan, who was seriously injured but still had some strength left. Hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, the wretched-looking young man could not help but frown. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would not dare to buy after he had said so much. Even so, the wretched-looking young man was still unwilling to give up. He had said so much today. No matter what, he must take the 50,000 spirit coins out of the pocket of the black-robed young man in front of him. Little brother, don't worry. After the few battles between me and Xiao Yan, he has consumed a lot of energy. Now, Xiao Yan is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as you dare to attack him, Xiao Yan will definitely become a ghost under your hands. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's frown did not relax. Seeing this, the wretched-looking young man could not help but scold Xiao Yan in his heart. However, in the end, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a deep breath. Once again, he instigated Xiao Yan and said, "Little brother, you must not let go of such a good opportunity in front of you. As long as you hook your finger, you can kill Xiao Yan. Then, you can sit on a seat of glory and splendor. At that time, you will have all the strength and beauties you want. Now, I just want you to do such a simple thing. What are you worried about?" Okay. I'll buy it. Xiao Yan immediately let out a loud cry after the words from the wretched-looking man's mouth sounded, attracting the gazes of quite a number of people in the shop. When they saw the wretched-looking man, they curled their mouths in disdain. Immediately, their gazes carried some pity as they looked at Xiao Yan before turning back. It was obvious that many of the people present had been tricked by this wretched-looking young man before. As for the wretched-looking young man, he did not have the time to care about the gazes of the others in the shop. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, the expression on his face instantly became pleasantly surprised. A pair of small eyes revealed a deep greed. In his heart, he was filled with ridicule towards Xiao Yan. Hee, you're so gullible. If I could find Xiao Yan, how could you have the chance to take the treasure? What an idiot, huh? As he mocked in his heart, the wretched-looking young man did not notice that while he was mocking Xiao Yan in his heart, Xiao Yan was also sneering at him on the surface. Hee, little brother is really a decisive person. I like to deal with people like you. You do things straightforwardly, ha ha ha. The wretched-looking young man laughed. As he spoke, he took out a sheepskin map from his storage ring and was about to hand it over to Xiao Yan. Wait. Chapter 4:13. The words that had suddenly appeared in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to involuntarily pause. The wretched-looking man in front of him was also startled. Only then did Xiao Yan recover. His eyes revealed uncertainty as he looked in the direction where the voice had originated from. What entered Xiao Yan's eyes was a young man wearing an embroidered gown. He was slowly walking toward Xiao Yan. On his handsome face was an expression of arrogance. On his left and right sides were two gray-gowned old men. They were protecting the young man's safety. Through Xiao Yan's soul detection, he discovered that the young man before him was not weak. He had already reached the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor. With this sort of cultivation talent, he could already be considered a true genius among his peers. As for the two gray-gowned old men beside the young man, their strength was naturally stronger than the young man. These two old men were both 8-star half-martial emperors. One of them even possessed the strength of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm. As for the other old man, although his strength could not compare to the former, he was still an 8-star half-martial emperor. In the Mulberry town, this sort of strength was already a peak existence. Although the two old men were powerful, Xiao Yan did not place them in his eyes. To the current Xiao Yan, half-martial emperors no longer posed any threat to him. There was no point in looking at the strength of these two gray-gowned old men. However, when Xiao Yan's gaze carefully examined the young man standing between the two old men, his relaxed brows couldn't help but raise slightly. He was immediately astonished. On the chest of this young man was a clan emblem. This was a symbol. In the continent, it was an extremely common symbol. However, what surprised Xiao Yan was that the background of the clan emblem on the chest of this young man was actually an enormous golden sword piercing through the clouds. As for this enormous golden sword, it was the symbol of one of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Sword Sect. In other words, the family that this young man belonged to was one of the subsidiary forces of the Heavenly Sword Sect. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan could not help but feel slightly surprised. He did not expect that he would still encounter the subordinates of the 4 great sects even though he was already prepared to hide in the deep mountains. It had to be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. However, Xiao Yan was unable to raise any interest in this young man in front of him. Forget about the fact that his clan was only a subsidiary strength of the Sky Sword sect. Just the strength that this young man currently possessed was something that Xiao Yan did not even care about. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yan was also too lazy to create new problems. Xiao Yan wouldn't do something that would cause him to attract the attention of the 4 great sects just to get rid of a small fry. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, Xiao Yan calmly looked at the young man who was slowly walking toward him. His expression did not change at all. Although Xiao Yan did not have any misgivings about the latter, it did not mean that the ordinary guests did not. At this moment, apart from Xiao Yan, the others who saw this young man could not help but frown slightly. Many pairs of solemn gazes swept past the 2 old men beside the young man. Their eyes were filled with fear. It must be known that in the sky-penetrating pavilion, apart from Xiao Yan and the 2 old men beside the young man, the strongest of the other 3 half-martial emperors was only a 4-star half-martial emperor. When such strength was placed before the 2 gray-robed old men beside the young man, there was only one word that could describe it: unable to withstand a single blow. Thus, with the appearance of the young man, the originally lively atmosphere of the place quickly became cold and silent. The young man slowly walked forward in front of Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze. His gaze, however, was focused on Xiao Yan. Both of his eyes revealed a cold smile. When he saw the young man, the expression on the face of the wretched-looking young man beside Xiao Yan instantly changed. He turned around and quickly bowed to the young man. However, he was casually waved by the latter and was sent flying out of the sky-penetrating pavilion. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. When he saw the young man's attack, his expression did not change. However, there was a dark glint flickering deep within his eyes. He did not expect that this gentle-looking young man would actually be so ruthless when he attacked. After the wretched-looking young man was sent flying out of the sky-penetrating pavilion, the map also steadily landed in the young man's hands. While holding the map, the young man's eyes never left Xiao Yan's face. He seemed to be observing something. Xiao Yan ignored him. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel curious. What exactly was this young man trying to see from his face? Could it be, thinking of a certain possibility, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly condensed. He quickly raised his gaze and looked at the young man with a slightly fearful gaze. Fortunately, after the two silently observed each other for a long time, neither of them discovered anything. Suddenly, the young man took the map in his hand in front of Xiao Yan and shook the rolled map in his hand. An inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Oh, friend, do you want to buy this map?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. After looking up and down at the young man, he raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "Unfortunately, I wanted to buy it just now. Now, I'm not interested anymore." Hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, the young man could not help but frown. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan revealed some coldness. However, in the end, it was perfectly suppressed by him. The young man smiled faintly and withdrew his outstretched hand. The map was suspended in the air in front of Xiao Yan under his control. As long as he extended his hand, the map would fall into Xiao Yan's hand. It seems that you are unwilling to spend this money. In that case, this map is a gift from me to you. How about it? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. For a moment, he did not understand what the young man in front of him was trying to sell. At this very moment, even the two grey-robed old men beside the young man involuntarily frowned slightly. They were similarly incomparably surprised in their hearts. Just why would the young man in front of them suddenly do such a thing? This did not seem like his usual style. If I'm not wrong, you must have something to ask of me. Since you have something to ask, why beat around the bush? Just be straightforward. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone. It seems that you are really a straightforward person. Since you have said so, I will not beat around the bush. The young man raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan with a playful smile. He looked into Xiao Yan's eyes and then continued to say, "I can give you the map in my hand, but you have to bring me to Xiao Yan." As his voice fell, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly froze. Chapter 4:14. When the young man saw Xiao Yan for the first time, he had already noticed the sneer in the latter's eyes when he looked at the wretched-looking young man. It was also because of this that he became curious about Xiao Yan. When he heard the news of 50,000 spirit coins and Xiao Yan being seriously injured, his heart was immediately at a loss. He then thought of the cold smile on the corner of the mouth of the black-robed Xiao Yan in front of him and immediately had an idea in his heart. Although the wretched-looking young man's information might not be true, but if Xiao Yan was really in the Shilin mountain range and his map coincidentally led to Xiao Yan, and the black-robed young man in front of him happened to be looking for Xiao Yan, then if he pieced all these pieces of information together, this map would be real. No matter what, he was already sure that the black-robed young man in front of him had a close relationship with the guy called Xiao Yan. As long as he could keep him here, he would definitely be able to find Xiao Yan. As for now, he could only become a spear in his hand. Huh, you must be joking. Don't tell me you believe that this map is real just because of a sentence from the guy outside? After a few breaths, Xiao Yan, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but smile at the young man in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to touch the map in front of him again. The reason why Xiao Yan had said that he would buy it earlier was only to play with the wretched-looking young man, who asked him to use his name to swindle money everywhere. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the young man in front of him had believed the guy's nonsense and thought that the map was real. Friend, you're exaggerating. Now that Xiao Yan is the #1 figure in the entire Western region, who doesn't want to find him? Although I'm also skeptical about this information, isn't there a saying that it's better to believe it than not? I'd like to see if this Xiao Yan is really hiding somewhere in the Shilin mountain range. Hearing this, the man in the brocade robe smiled faintly. His palm gently waved in the air in front of him, and the map in front of Xiao Yan was also opened up to the man with his back facing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan couldn't see the contents of the map. In addition, the young man had deliberately blocked it, so even the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual energy was blocked outside. Of course, Xiao Yan didn't care about the map in front of him. Regardless of whether he saw it or not, it was ultimately just a fake and wouldn't be of any use. Since that's the case, you can just use this map to find Xiao Yan. Why do you need me to help you find him? With the map in hand, rather than looking for a stranger like me, why don't you let the two people beside you do it? I believe that with them around, this matter should be much easier. But today, I want you to lead the way for me. With a low cry, the young man in front of Xiao Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xiao Yan's shoulder. Green dou qi swiftly circled around the young man's palm. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and grabbed at the latter's shoulder heavily. Since I'm unwilling, why do you have to force me? You and I are strangers, yet you're making such a big fuss. You're really a little overbearing. Faced with the incoming danger, Xiao Yan's face was completely fearless. He coldly snorted and fell backwards. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his entire body instantly turned into a leaf and rapidly retreated out of sky-penetrating pavilion. When he saw that Xiao Yan was actually a half-emperor expert, and that Xiao Yan's strength wasn't any weaker than his own, a feeling of surprise immediately arose in the young man's heart. However, following this, he was even more certain that the black-robed young man before him was absolutely not an ordinary person. With him, perhaps he would really be able to find Xiao Yan. Humph. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? My territory isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Gray and white elders, stop him. The young man cried out. The two gray-robed elders immediately moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, one could hear an intense banged sound. The door of sky-penetrating pavilion had already been tightly shut. Behind Xiao Yan, two gray-robed elders appeared out of nowhere. They waved their hands in unison and violently slammed towards the younger generation of Xiao Yan. This young friend, our young master has sincerely invited you. Why do you refuse a toast? At the same time as they attacked, one of the gray-robed elders spoke in a deep voice to Xiao Yan. When the latter heard this, he once again coldly laughed. His tone was filled with ridicule as he said, "Why? Is this the way you invite people? Stop speaking nonsense with him. Since he is unwilling to stay, we will forcefully hold him here. At that time, he will eventually calm down and listen to our orders." Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the other gray-robed elder suddenly spoke. His tone was undoubtedly much colder than the former's. Ah, no wonder there is such a rude and unreasonable younger generation. With your characters, I'm afraid that you will not be able to teach anything good. Xiao Yan once again coldly laughed. Just as the attacks from the front and back were about to arrive, Xiao Yan's body suddenly twisted. He used an extremely strange angle and perfectly dodged the attacks from the young man and the two gray-robed elders behind him. Standing in the middle of the hall of sky-penetrating pavilion, Xiao Yan's gaze was still cold as he looked at the three people in front of him. His eyes were filled with some iciness. "Humph, brat, the old me advises you to obediently stay behind. You can only leave after our young master confirms the outcome of this matter. Otherwise, don't blame the two of us for being merciless." "Ah, confirm the outcome? Confirm what outcome? Is Xiao Yan in this mountain range?" "Humph humph, how laughable. This mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. Even an elite Do-D would have difficulty crossing it. Do you think that you can find a person in this mountain range with just the two of you?" Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, Xiao Yan sneered. The expression on his face became even colder. "Looks like you are not willing to cooperate." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth contained a cold smile, but he did not reply. "Humph. Brat, up until now, there has not been a single person that our young master has not been able to capture. Even if you are also a half-martial emperor, you can forget about it." "Oh? Is that so? Since that is the case, let me be the first person." "You are courting death." The two gray-robed old men immediately charged toward Xiao Yan after the cry sounded. Do-Chi scattered from their hands and a frightening energy swept over the interior of the clear sky pavilion, causing the expressions of the surrounding people to involuntarily change repeatedly. An 8-star half-martial emperor was really frightening. Facing a mere 4-star half-martial emperor with this kind of strength was simply a form of suppression. At this moment, everyone present could not help but cast a pitiful gaze at Xiao Yan. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke this fellow. This time, it was likely that he would not be able to escape death. Immediately, soft sighs rose and fell in the open ground. Everyone felt that Xiao Yan's recklessness was not worth it. Throwing away his life just to say a few words. This was a completely unwise action. However, in the next moment, just when everyone present thought that Xiao Yan would die under the joint attack of the two gray-robed elders, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. When the attacks of the two 8-star half-martial emperors arrived, he quickly took half a step back. His spiritual strength swiftly surged and the seals in his hands changed. After which, he opened his mouth. Immediately, a roar like furious thunder resounded throughout the sky-penetrating pavilion. Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Moo! 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 The Yellow Spring Divine Fury intimidated the soul. With Xiao Yan's spiritual strength at the consolidation stage, its might was even more frightening to the extreme. With a shout, the souls of the two 8-star half-martial emperors were immediately injured. So much so that their bodies actually paused for an instant while they were charging forward. Being absent-minded in battle was a great taboo for cultivators. In a battle of this level, only an instant was needed to determine the outcome of the battle. Taking advantage of the two's absent-mindedness, Xiao Yan's foot fiercely stomped on the ground. Enormous power spread out from the soles of his feet. Xiao Yan's body had already arrived between the two old men. A punch and a kick were fiercely shot out and ruthlessly landed on the faces of the two gray-robed elders. Immediately, the faces of the two gray-robed elders became distorted. The expressions of the other people present also became distorted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 4:15. After withdrawing their fists and legs, the bodies of the two gray-clothed old men were immediately sent flying in two different directions. Soon after, they ruthlessly smashed into a pillar of the sky-reaching pavilion. The enormous power poured out and forcibly broke the pillar behind them. As for the two gray-clothed old men, they involuntarily vomited a mouthful of blood. Only then did they come back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with fury as they looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already landed on the ground. His hands were behind his back. His expression was calm and unperturbed. In fact, there was even a faint mocking smile on the corners of his mouth. "Bastard, boy, what are you so proud of? You merely used some sort of trick to force the two of us back. If you were to use your true strength, you would simply be trash." Seeing the mocking smile on the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth, one of the gray-clothed old men was unable to contain himself and started to curse at him. "Heh, speaking of trash, the way I see it, the two of you are the ones that are trash. You've only managed to become 8-star half-martial emperors after cultivating your entire lives. If I'm trash, then what are the two of you? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Die." Having their mouths blocked by Xiao Yan's words, a fury immediately rose in the hearts of the two gray-robed old men. Their palms violently slammed on the broken pillar behind them. Immediately, an enormous force poured out and the bodies of the two gray-robed old men instantly transformed into two gray-colored lightning bolts. They carried a speed that could chase the stars and the moon as they violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Heh, seeing the two old men explosively charging toward him again, Xiao Yan displayed a cold smile on his face. He retrieved his gaze and looked at the stunned young man across from him. At this moment, the latter was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had never imagined that the young man before him, who appeared to be about the same age as him, would actually be able to force back his personal bodyguards. One must know that with the strength of these two gray-clothed old men, if they were to join hands, even a 9-star half-martial emperor would find it difficult to take them down in a short period of time. Yet, never did he imagine that the two of them, who were so powerful, would actually be defeated by the young man before him with the same cultivation as him, a 4-star half-martial emperor. That's right, a 4-star half-martial emperor. In order to avoid being recognized by some people with a single glance, Xiao Yan could only helplessly suppress his strength and make his aura appear to be that of a 4-star half-martial emperor. Merely, he did not expect that he would still be unable to avoid trouble. Now that trouble had come knocking on their door, there was no way to avoid it. Heh, it would appear that I must take care of you first. Otherwise, it will truly be troublesome today. Xiao Yan's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked to the young man across from him. He glanced at the two old men who were about to reach him. Then, he slowly raised his palm from under his sleeve. The gorgeous heavenly flames in the depths of his eyes condensed into fiery lotuses that slowly rotated. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually raised his palm toward him, the expression on the young man's face involuntarily changed. The dou qi within his body rapidly rose. With a movement of his body, he planned to explosively retreat. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. Heh, do you think you can escape? Chu Feng slowly raised his white palm into the air before him. With a thought, boundless and formless frightening soul power poured out from between his brows and condensed into an incomparably enormous palm above the young man's head. Following Xiao Yan's palm, the enormous palm moved. Without any explanation, it grabbed toward the young man below. Tian Class Do Technique, Towering Sky Hand. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan's hand, which was raised into the air, suddenly tightened. At the same time, the enormous invisible palm that covered the young man's body also suddenly tightened at this moment. In an instant, the young man within it was like a dead duck that was clenched in Xiao Yan's palm. Ah! A bone-piercing miserable cry was suddenly emitted, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. The figures of the two gray-robed old men, who were originally charging explosively toward Xiao Yan, were suddenly forcefully stopped in the air. Brat, you are seeking death. One of the gray-robed old men from the two of them coldly stared at Xiao Yan. His shriveled hand was suddenly raised. Dou qi agglomerated in his palm as he once again stepped forward. Cuckoo, you have already said these words a couple of times. Don't tell me that you still don't understand what I mean. If you do not care about your master's life, feel free to come. Xiao Yan coldly snorted in response to this. His expression remained as calm as usual. However, his tightly clenched hand had become a little tighter at this moment. As Xiao Yan's hand tightened, the face of the young man, who was being held by the towering hand, also turned pale. An intense pain spread throughout his entire body. His entire chest was squeezed until he could not emit the slightest sound. His heart had become incomparably terrified. Xiao Yan in front of him had caused him to taste the greatest pain in his life. "Brat, you are really despicable." The gray-robed old man's expression was solemn. His shriveled hand abruptly clenched into a fist. The dou qi in his body churned repeatedly. His turbid eyes were filled with endless fury and killing intent. If the young man was not in Xiao Yan's hands at this moment, it was likely that the two of them would have long since been unable to restrain themselves and attacked to kill Xiao Yan. "Cuckoo, we are the same. Compared to me, I'm afraid that the both of you are the one who is bullying the young and using numbers to bully the young. This is the one who is going overboard. Moreover, as long as the both of you do not attack, I will definitely not kill him. Of course, if the both of you wish for him to die, there is no need to take my words to heart. Feel free to come." Xiao Yan's gaze was piercingly cold. He tilted his head and looked at the two old men on both sides. A cold glint shot out from his eyes. "Brat, do you know who he is? If you dare to kill him today, the faction behind him will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces in the future. They will burn your bones and scatter your ashes to take revenge for him." Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually this overbearing, the two gray-robed old men immediately felt helpless in their hearts. Although they withdrew the dou qi on the surface of their bodies, the words from their mouths were not the slightest bit willing to give in. Cough cough. "I am. Son. Son, all right, all right. You grandson, where is there a place for you to speak? Shut your mouth." The young man who was being controlled by the towering hand also forcefully tried to speak after the gray-robed old man's words sounded. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Xiao Yan's words. The towering hand that was holding him tightly once again exerted strength, causing the bones all over his body to emit a ka-ka sound. There were already quite a number of bones that were unable to endure this frighteningly large force and broke. "You! Get lost! The both of you, get lost now. Once I leave, I will naturally release him." Anger suddenly surfaced on the faces of the two gray-robed old men when they heard Xiao Yan's stern cry. However, when they thought of the young man who was being controlled by Xiao Yan, they could only helplessly curse in their hearts. Immediately, they walked out of the door. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's cold cry was once again transmitted over. "Why? Don't you understand the meaning of my words? I said that I want the both of you to get lost out of the door, not walk out." When Xiao Yan's words sounded, not only the two gray-robed old men in the sky-penetrating pavilion, but even the expressions of the surrounding onlookers involuntarily became a little dull at this moment. An instant later, the two gray-robed old men recovered. The expressions on their old faces swiftly became gloomy. The dou qi that had just been withdrawn in their bodies once again surged out from the surface of their bodies. One of them was even prepared to attack Xiao Yan once again. "Ah!" However, what was quickly followed by an incomparably miserable cry from the young man's mouth. Chapter 4:16. "Brat, don't go too far." Hearing the miserable roar from the young man's mouth, the expressions on the two gray-robed old men's faces changed once again. Even though they were incomparably furious in their hearts, due to the fact that the young man was currently in Xiao Yan's hands, the two of them could only do nothing. At this moment, even the people in the hall who were quietly observing the situation could not help but cast gazes of admiration towards Xiao Yan. No one had expected that this seemingly young black-robed man was actually such a person that was not to be trifled with. His methods were so sharp that it was likely that even the three half-martial emperors present would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat at the very least. The three of them did not possess the ability to force back an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiao Yan's move earlier contained quite a bit of trickery, it did not affect the crowd's opinion of his ability. After all, regardless of what method Xiao Yan had used, as long as he was able to force back an 8-star half-martial emperor, it was already sufficient to prove how powerful he was. Huh, too far? I haven't even said that I'm going to kill him. You think that I'm going too far? If you want me to go too far, I don't mind killing him right now. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly at the gray-robed old man's cold words. He withdrew his extended hand, intending to ruthlessly clench it in front of the two gray-robed old men. Stop. We are people from the Sun family. If you dare to kill him, the Sun family will definitely not let you off. At that time, there will likely be no place for you in the entire western region. You better think carefully about whether you want to kill him or not. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually really going to kill him, the expressions on the two gray-robed old men's faces instantly changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted at Xiao Yan. However, when the gray-robed old man's words entered Xiao Yan's ears, the latter merely sneered. In his heart, he did not fear the Sun family that the gray-robed old man spoke of. Before coming here, Xiao Yan already had some understanding of this so-called Sun family. This Sun clan was one of the subsidiary factions of the Heavenly Sword Gate. At the same time, it was also one of the 4 great clans that were subsidiary to the Heavenly Sword Gate. The strength of this clan was so great that it even had a Do D-class expert overseeing it. With the Heavenly Sword Gate as its backing, this Sun clan could be considered a terrifying existence that could do as it pleased within the western region. However, although the Sun family was strong, they were not intimidating in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart did not care whether he had a grudge or not. As a subordinate force of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Sun family actually had the attitude of wanting to kill Xiao Yan. Even if he didn't become their enemy now, he would encounter them sooner or later. Since he would encounter them sooner or later, why should he care about this now? As for an elite Do D, the Sun clan might have a Do D, but one should not forget that there was Gu Yu, an old demon with a frightening strength, within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan believed that as long as Gu Yu was around, even an elite Do D would not be able to kill him. Since you don't care about his life or death, you should not blame me. Xiao Yan laughed softly. Soon after, he extended his white hand and clenched it tightly. At the same time, the face of the young man, who was being controlled by the towering hand, became as white as a piece of paper. It was so white that it was frightening. Xiao Yan laughed softly. Bright red fresh blood was squeezed out of the pores all over the young man's body. Within a short couple of breaths, the young man had been dyed with blood. A sharp miserable cry resounded over the place like a wolf's howl. However, in the face of Xiao Yan's tactics, the young man was unable to break free regardless of how hard he struggled. As for the 2 gray-robed elders, their faces were green as they looked at the young man, who was covered in fresh blood at this moment. There was a struggling expression on their faces. As 8-star half-martial emperors, they could be said to be existences that could move about unhindered in the outer region of the Shilin mountain range. However, even with that being the case, they were actually repeatedly defeated by a 4-star half-martial emperor brat. This caused them to feel incomparably humiliated and furious. However, on top of feeling furious, the 2 gray-robed elders also felt quite helpless in their hearts. If they wished to save the young man, they would have to throw away their faces and get lost from the clear sky pavilion to the streets outside, where they would be ridiculed by others. Given the dignity of these 2 elders, they were naturally unable to do such a thing. However, if they did not do so, only death would await the young man. Brat, if you let go of my young master now, the 2 of us dare to guarantee that we will let you leave. Otherwise, if you insist that we get lost, the 2 of us will definitely pull out your tendons and tear out your bones today. We will lock you forever in our Sun clan's underground prison and make you suffer a fate worse than death. One of the gray-robed elders took a step forward. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiao Yan. His pair of gray eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Today, regardless of which path Xiao Yan chose, he must die here. Oh. Looks like the 2 of you do not plan to save your master. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as those cold words were emitted, Xiaoyan's clenched hand was suddenly raised. Soon after, under the horrified gazes of the two grey-robed elders, his hand was violently smashed onto the ground below. Bang! Following the intense explosion, a wave of dense dust swiftly swept in all directions under the cover of the air wave. The entire clear sky pavilion trembled intensely at this moment. The expressions of everyone inside changed drastically at this moment. One by one, they unleashed the Dou Qi within their bodies. Their bodies turned around, and they quickly withdrew from the clear sky pavilion. The expressions of the two grey-robed elders involuntarily changed once again. They did not expect that the black-robed man in front of them would remain indifferent even after they had revealed their identities. This caused them to be furious in their hearts. At the same time, they also became increasingly worried about the condition of the young man. By the time the storm scattered, the originally magnificent clear sky pavilion had already been destroyed in front of everyone's eyes. It had turned into a pile of ruins. In the middle of the ruins was an empty space that was over 100 feet in diameter. Xiao Yan and the two grey-robed elders, as well as the young man who was still being controlled by the towering hand, were standing in that empty space. The black robe on Xiao Yan's body was still as new as before. His expression was calm. His dark black eyes were as calm as an old well, and there was some indifference seeping out from his expression. The eyes of the two grey-robed elders swiftly landed on the young man who was being controlled by the towering hand when they saw this scene. Only after seeing that the latter was fine did the two of them gently sigh in their hearts. The two elders exchanged glances with each other before immediately looking at Xiao Yan. One of the elders frowned and clenched his teeth violently. His lips and teeth clashed a couple of times in an unresigned manner. After which, his face was green as he spoke to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. "Brat, are you certain that you will return him alive after the two of us get lost from here? As long as the two of you can do it, I will definitely not go back on my word." Hearing this, Xiao Yan also replied to the two of them with a solemn expression. "Why should we believe you? Because you have no choice. Unless, you really want to see him die in my hands." After Xiao Yan's words came out of his mouth, the two elders immediately frowned and looked at each other. It was only after a long time that they clenched their teeth and spoke to Xiao Yan again. "All right, I hope you can keep your words. Otherwise, the two of us will definitely make you stay here forever today." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He immediately extended his left hand and made a "please" gesture to the two of them. The tone of his mouth was neither fast nor slow as he spoke. He said in an unhurried manner, "All right, then please, get lost." Chapter 4:17. Outside the ruined sky-penetrating pavilion, crowds of people were crowding around. Practically everyone in Mulberry Town was gathered here at this moment. They were dumbstruck as they looked at the scene before them. They had never imagined that the sky-penetrating pavilion, which was guarded by an 8-star half-martial emperor, would actually be destroyed to such an extent. Perhaps the strength of the person who did this was at least an 8-star half-martial emperor. Of course, this was only what the crowd was thinking in their hearts. However, when their gazes landed on the black-robed young man at the scene, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but be instantly stunned. They were even more suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that this black-robed young man before them was capable of destroying such a huge sky-penetrating pavilion? However, when the several half-martial emperors in the crowd probed the aura within Xiao Yan's body, Lin Pengsheng's expression couldn't help but change once again. The black-robed young man before them was actually only a 4-star half-martial emperor. After knowing Xiao Yan's strength, the pedestrians on both sides of the street immediately burst into an uproar. No one could imagine that a 4-star half-martial emperor could actually cause two 8-star half-martial emperors to treat him so seriously. Exactly who was this black-robed young man before them? How could he be so terrifying? Seeing that more and more people had gathered around them, the complexions of the two grey-robed old men above the ruins had already turned ashen. In their hearts, they wished that they could crush Xiao Yan to death. Who would have thought that they, two grand 8-star half-martial emperors, would actually be threatened by a 4-star half-martial emperor today? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't they become an enormous joke? However, even though this was the case, the two gray-robed old men still felt extremely helpless in their hearts. After all, their masters were in the hands of the other party. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have been so afraid of this black-robed young man before them. At this moment, the two of them had already made a firm resolution in their hearts. As long as Xiao Yan put down the young man in his hands, the two of them would immediately attack and swiftly kill Xiao Yan with lightning speed. Since this black-robed youth before them had caused them to lose so much face, then no matter what, they would definitely make him pay the price in blood today. The expressions of the two gray-robed old men became increasingly ugly as their gazes swept all around them. They exchanged glances with each other. It was a long while later before the two of them finally clenched their teeth violently. They slowly lowered their bodies and squatted on the ruins in front of the confused gazes of everyone outside the battleground. Both of their hands hugged their heads. Immediately, they began to roll like a ball in front of everyone's stunned gazes. The two old men climbed up from the ground in a sorry state after rolling for a distance with great difficulty. At this moment, their bodies were wrapped in a layer of mud. Their hair and beards were messy, causing the two of them to look like two beggars. They appeared to be in a sorry state. As for the crowd outside the arena, they were still in a daze. The two old men stood up and wiped off the dust on their faces. Their old faces were still ashen. The two of them ignored the gazes that were shot at them from the surroundings. Their cold gazes shot straight at Xiao Yan. The two of them took a deep breath before speaking to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. "This time, you should let him go." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He smiled at the two of them and said, "The two of you are really loyal. For the sake of your master, you can even throw away your face. For this, I admire the two of you. Cut the crap, let him go." As Xiao Yan's voice fell, one of the two gray-robed old men couldn't help but shout at Xiao Yan in a stern voice. "Hee, the two of you can rest assured. I will do as I say. I will let him go now." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a smile. A pair of eyes that were as calm as an ancient well stared at the two gray-robed old men. The hand that was controlling the towering hand was once again raised in front of the two old men's anxious gazes. Immediately, Xiao Yan waved his hand gently. With a thought, the towering hand that was agglomerated from spiritual strength scattered with a bang. The body of the young man, who was covered in blood, flew toward the two old men uncontrollably. Seeing the young man flying over, the expressions on the faces of the two old men instantly changed. The two of them moved at the same time and leaped forward to catch the young man. When the young man's body was caught by the hands of one of the gray-robed old men, the other old man's body did not stop. The dou qi in his body suddenly surged out. With a wave of his hands, the frightening dou qi swiftly agglomerated in his palms. His body that was charging forward suddenly shook and violently grabbed at Xiao Yan. "Brat, die." "Humph, I had already expected that you would attack. Did you really think that I would give you the chance to injure me?" Seeing the gray-robed old man who leaped over to attack, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. His body moved and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into the sky. Carrying a lightning-like speed, he swiftly flew toward the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Seeing Xiao Yan's sudden eruption of frightening speed, the expression on the gray-robed old man's face could not help but be slightly stunned. By the time he recovered, Xiao Yan had already disappeared at the end of his line of sight. At this moment, it was already too late for him to chase after Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did the surrounding crowd of onlookers notice Xiao Yan's frightening speed. It was hard to imagine that even an 8-star half-emperor was unable to catch up to him. Exactly who was this mysterious black-robed man? "Humph. Brat, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely dismember your body into 10,000 pieces and grind your bones into dust." After cursing in a stern voice, the gray-robed old man fiercely waved his sleeve. He turned around and looked at the surrounding crowd of onlookers. Immediately, a furious expression appeared on his old face as he angrily shouted again. "What are you looking at? All of you, scram! If you don't disappear from this old man's sight within 10 breaths, I will turn all of you into ashes." Once the old man's words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd of onlookers were immediately alarmed. One by one, they began to fly away as if they were fleeing for their lives. Xiao Yan dared to go against them. However, these people did not have the courage to do so. After all, he was an 8-star half-emperor. Once they were to fight, not a single person present would be a match for him. Seeing the surrounding crowd of onlookers rapidly leaving, the gray-robed old man casually killed several people before suppressing the fury in his heart. Only then did he turn around and return to the side of the young man. At the same time, halfway up a majestic mountain peak, Xiao Yan slowly descended. He turned around and looked at the mulberry town that was already buried within the clouds below. The corners of his mouth lifted into a ridiculing smile. Although that old man was an 8-star half-emperor, with Xiao Yan's current speed, even a 9-star half-emperor would find it incomparably difficult to catch up to him if he were to erupt with his full power. He was truly too naive to think that he could catch up to him. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the mountain peak that reached the 9 heavens before him. Shock filled his heart. Although he was able to see the magnificence of this mountain range from afar, it was only when he approached it that he was able to truly sense the majesty of this mountain peak and its boundless aura. Looking at the mountain peak in front of him, Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath. For a period of time in the future, this place would be another training ground for him. He wondered just what kind of things he would encounter in this place. As this thought flashed through his mind, a blazing expression suddenly surged into Xiao Yan's eyes. Regardless of what he would encounter, it was better for him to enter first. He also wanted to properly experience the wildest power of the Shilin mountain range. With a movement of his body, Xiao Yan stepped into the air. With a leap, he rapidly flew towards the summit of the mountain peak. Chapter 4:18. Half a month later, on a mountain peak in the Shilin mountain range. On the mountain peak, Xiao Yan stood in the air with his hands raised in front of his chest. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged out from between his eyebrows. As Xiao Yan's hand seals changed, the spiritual energy quickly gathered between his palms. A moment later, an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura was emitted. A mysterious golden hand seal was emitting a dazzling golden light between Xiao Yan's palms. As spiritual energy poured into Xiao Yan's forehead, the hand seal became more and more solid. When the golden seal in Xiao Yan's palm completely solidified, the latter's face couldn't help but turn pale. Exhausting such a large amount of spiritual strength was quite a big burden for Xiao Yan. Soul-suppressing seal, go! Suddenly, Xiao Yan's mouth emitted an earth-shaking cry. Both of his hands were pushed forward with great force. The golden seal in his hand also broke through the empty air and violently smashed toward the mountain below. The golden flowing light was like a bolt of lightning as it quickly streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the mountain peak. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. The mountain that was hundreds of meters tall began to tremble violently. Cracks that were several meters wide began to spread rapidly from the top of the mountain. They only gradually stopped halfway up the mountain. When the cracks stopped spreading, the entire mountain began to crumble. Large pieces of rubble fell from the sky like meteors. The ground within 1,000 miles shook violently, and countless magical beasts fled in all directions like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. In the sky, Xiao Yan was pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. The soul-suppressing seal was indeed a human tier soul skill. Its power was definitely not something his Yellow Spring's divine fury could compare to. With the soul-suppressing seal in his hands and Xiaoyan's spiritual energy at the consolidation stage, Xiaoyan could be considered to have another trump card. Since entering the Shilin mountain range half a month ago, Xiaoyan had been heading west. As he hurried along, he didn't forget to practice the soul-suppressing seal that he found in Muhan's storage ring. One of the benefits of a human tier Do skill was that it was easy to practice. Compared to a heaven tier Do skill, as long as one had a human tier Do skill Jade Scroll in hand, one could easily practice it. As long as one practiced diligently, one could easily use it. In half a month's time, Xiaoyan's soul-suppressing seal had become much more familiar with it. However, it was difficult to control of Xiaoyan's of spiritual energy when he used it. Of his current spiritual energy. Xiao. Of spiritual energies. Xiao. Xiao. Was. Xiaoyan shook his head and tossed the giddy feeling out of his body. His body moved and he swiftly flew toward the mountain forest below. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure appeared in a spacious open space. In the middle of the open space, there was a bonfire that had already been extinguished. Xiaoyan had already stayed here for 2 days. His purpose was to practice the soul-suppressing seal. Until today, the practice of the soul-suppressing seal had temporarily come to an end. Xiaoyan was prepared to have a good night's rest. He would continue his journey to the western wastelands tomorrow. Xiaoyan walked to the front of the extinguished bonfire and inhaled a deep breath of air. However, he did not sit down cross-legged to continue practicing. Instead, he lay down on the grass in a carefree manner. His hand supported the back of his head as he lifted his eyes and looked at the blue sky above. The tensed muscles all over his body gradually relaxed. The Do Qi in his body returned to the vortex and was stored in the vortex space. His body, which had experienced many battles, had a rare moment of relaxation at this moment. It has really been a long time since I have been so relaxed. Xiaoyan slowly shut his eyes as his mouth softly muttered. At this moment, Xiaoyan had removed all of his usual defenses. In this situation, it was likely that even a Do Huang would be able to easily approach Xiaoyan without being discovered. Suddenly, a light lingered over the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Guyu's body drifted out of his body and floated in the air. He looked at Xiaoyan. Guyu was originally planning to open his mouth to say something, but he discovered that Xiaoyan was already in a deep sleep when his eyes landed on him. The words that had reached his mouth were swallowed back down. Guyu's eyes flickered with a complicated expression. In the end, he helplessly sighed. He waved his hand and a faint energy curtain covered Xiaoyan's body like a layer of gauze. It gradually merged with the empty space and disappeared. Guyu turned his body after doing this. He rushed into the empty space and lifted his eyes to look at the northern sky. At the same time, in the northern region of the continent. This place was an endless sea. There was an enormous island at a certain spot in the sea. The island was so large that it was likely able to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The most eye-catching thing on this island was the enormous statue that stood proudly between the sky and the earth. At this moment, there was an old man with icy blue hair standing on the top of the statue. His eyes were focused to the southwest. Although the two of them were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, they appeared to be in front of each other. Their eyes met from a great distance and everything was understood without words. Suddenly, the old man's originally relaxed eyebrows were knit together. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. His lips parted slightly as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a helpless sigh. The old man's eyes were complicated as he looked to the southwest. It was a long while later before he withdrew his eyes. He looked down and saw a group of buildings and ant-like people below. The old man's heart was filled with all sorts of complicated emotions. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. The bright moon hung high in the sky like a sun in the night sky. It illuminated the mountain range below. One could even vaguely see the magical beasts swiftly moving through the forest. Xiao Yan had already woken up from his sleep in the empty space in the forest. This rare relaxation caused Xiao Yan's mental state to be extremely good at this moment. Even his overall condition was far better than usual. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged and trained for 4 hours. After he exited his training state, a thought passed through his mind and 3 illusory figures appeared in front of Xiao Yan. These 3 avatars were the avatars that Xiao Yan had formed using the 9 transformation body art. However, after splitting into 3, the strength of the 3 avatars was far inferior to when they had merged into one. Even now, they were merely 2-star band D. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly as he looked at the 3 avatars in front of him. Ever since he had obtained the 9 transformation body art, Xiao Yan had only formed these 3 avatars. However, their overall strength was completely incomparable to his actual body. This was clearly insufficient for Xiao Yan, who was going to face an elite Do D in the future. Ugh, looks like I will need to gather some fire affinity flame crystals in the future. It is likely that only when the 9 avatars merge into one will I be able to truly possess a strength comparable to my actual body. Otherwise, these avatars will ultimately only be a burden. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. A thought passed through his mind and he ordered the 3 avatars to sit cross-legged. At the same time, the spiritual strength between his eyebrows swiftly surged out. Under Xiao Yan's control, the 3 avatars were formed. After the 3 avatars merged into one, their strength was not weak and was comparable to a 4-star band D. However, this was merely enough to deal with an ordinary band D. If they were to encounter a 9-star band D, they would be seen through at a glance, much less an elite Do D. Therefore, if Xiao Yan wanted the avatars to truly be of help to him, he needed to gather the other 6 avatars. Only by doing so would he be able to merge the 9 avatars into one and unleash the true strength of the 9 transformation body art. At that time, Xiao Yan would truly possess a strength that would make him unrivaled under the Do D class. Chapter 419. The vastness of the Shilin mountain range had exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Even with his speed, he was still walking on the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range after a week. Currently, it had been almost a month since Xiao Yan had entered the Shilin mountain range. With the speed of a half-emperor, he was unable to enter the depths of the Shilin mountain range even after flying for half a month. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how vast the Shilin mountain range was. Xiao Yan was slowly walking through the forest at a certain spot within the Shilin mountain range. At the same time, a vast and frightening spiritual strength spread out in all directions from between his brows. It carefully probed the area covered by the spiritual strength. Xiao Yan wanted to use this method of trying his luck to see if he would be able to find the thing that he wanted somewhere in this forest. However, opportunities did not appear to come as Xiao Yan imagined. Even though Xiao Yan searched along the way, he unfortunately did not find anything. Xiao Yan, who was walking aimlessly in the forest, shook his head helplessly. He sighed softly and was about to withdraw the spiritual strength that he had spread out. However, at this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. Just a moment ago, he had sensed an extremely hot and wild aura. Xiao Yan would definitely not be mistaken about that kind of energy. It was the energy emitted by a fire-type energy crystal. And this was the thing that Xiao Yan was currently searching for with all his might. Phew, it really wasn't a waste of my painstaking search. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed loudly. Immediately, his body moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. A cool breeze blew past and Xiao Yan's body immediately turned into a gust of wind, swiftly flying towards the place where the aura had originated from. Bang! Following an intense bang sound, a magic beast with a huge body appeared somewhere in the mountain forest. It had sent a middle-aged man flying with a single claw. Its sharp claws tore apart the doqi armor on the surface of the man's body, leaving behind a few scarlet claw marks on the man's body. The middle-aged man's body flew backwards uncontrollably like a deflated ball. After smashing and breaking dozens of towering trees, he finally collapsed to the ground with blood all over his body. He had already fallen into a seriously injured state. If he was not treated in time, it was likely that his life would be in danger. Uncle Go. In the void, when a beautiful girl saw this scene, the expression on her pretty face was instantly replaced by fear. Her originally rosy little face quickly turned pale, and her pair of beautiful eyes were also lingering with sparkling tears. This Uncle Go that the young girl had mentioned was currently the strongest person in their group. Seeing that even he was no match for this magical beast, it was not difficult to imagine what would happen to them. After the young girl's exclamation sounded, the other few people in the sky immediately turned their gazes towards the seriously injured middle-aged man below. Immediately, everyone's expressions could not help but change. Everyone's faces revealed a terrified expression. None of them were a match for this enormous beast in front of them. Roar! Humans, how dare you disturb this king's rest? Today, none of you should even think of leaving alive. The enormous magical beast, which was like a small mountain, roared in a low voice. Immediately, it raised its sharp claws once again and swung them violently. The space under its claws was easily torn apart. Frightening gales shot over like numerous sharp blades. The ear-piercing sonic boom was unbearable. The hearts of the few people in the sky were filled with fear. The weapons in their hands trembled uncontrollably. Shui, run quickly. In the forest below, the seriously injured Uncle Go desperately propped himself up and shouted hysterically at the young girl in the sky. He hoped that she could avoid the magical beast's scythe-like attack that was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. However, in the face of Uncle Ge's desperate roar, although the others hurriedly dodged, only the young girl was filled with fear. Her mind was blank and she was completely at a loss. Her delicate body trembled violently. She actually slowly curled up her body and wailed loudly in the sky. At this moment, even if those people in the sky wanted to save her, it was already too late. A terrifying gale had already arrived above the young girl's head. The moment of death had already arrived. None of the people present were able to save themselves from this situation of certain death. Shui, On the ground, the seriously injured Uncle Go wanted to climb up in grief and soar into the sky again. However, he was already seriously injured at this moment. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. At the same time, the enormous beast claw in the sky carried a frightening aura that tore through the air as it violently clawed at the young girl. The next moment, when everyone was slowly lowering their heads while carrying a sorrowful heart and the middle-aged man on the ground was crying from the pain in his heart, a cool breeze suddenly struck the sky. A cool breeze blew past. At the same time, the young lady, who was curled up in the air and crying loudly, was lifted by a mysterious force uncontrollably. After which, when the beast claw landed, she had already appeared in the air 1,000 feet away. Who is it? Come out. Seeing that the prey under its claw had been rescued by someone, the enormous beast once again spat out the human language and furiously cried out in the direction of the young girl. Cuckoo, you are at the very least a Band D-class magical beast. You actually tried to kill a couple of Dozongs and Dozuns. Your skin is really thick. As the soft laughter was emitted, the gazes of everyone in the sky were instantly attracted. Their hearts finally sighed in relief when they saw that the young girl was fine. This was especially the case for the seriously injured middle-aged man. The despair in his eyes was greatly reduced when he saw that the young girl was fine. After which, everyone's faces involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when they saw the black-robed man's figure slowly appear from the empty space. They did not expect that the one who had saved Shui would actually be such a young-looking young man. Humph, who are you? You are actually meddling in other people's business. Seeing Xiao Yan, the magical beast could tell at a glance that the latter's strength was extraordinary. Clearly, he was also an elite Band D. Hence, He did not dare to be as arrogant as he had been when speaking to the few people earlier. Cuckoo, I am just a nameless person. It is just that I feel a little apologetic when I see a bandit like you bullying people who are weaker than you. Hence, I intervened. Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Chapter 420. They trespassed into this king's territory and even disturbed this king's training. They deserve to die. While saying these words, the huge body of the magical beast swiftly twisted. Immediately, it transformed into a similarly black-robed young man with a bewitching appearance in front of everyone's eyes. The man placed his hands behind his back. There was a faint flickering light within his dark black pupils. His eyes met with Xiao Yan's from a distance. Oh! Hearing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. The world of magical beasts treated their territory extremely seriously. Once an outsider trespassed into their territory, the owner of the territory would mercilessly kill the outsider. This was not only to defend their territory, but also to prove their strength to the outside world. It was also because of this that under normal circumstances, almost no one would be willing to step into the territory of some high-rank magical beasts. At this moment, this group of people had accidentally entered the territory of this fellow in front of them because the young lady called Shui, behind Xiao Yan, was running around randomly. At the same time, she had also implicated the others. If it were not for Xiao Yan's appearance today, this group of people would have already died under the claws of this magical beast. Cough cough. Sir, we didn't mean to invade your territory. It's just that we accidentally took the wrong path and ended up here. We're very sorry for offending you, but we hope that you can be magnanimous and let us leave. Uncle Ge's face was pale as he climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. His entire body trembled as he cupped his hands together towards the bewitching man in the air and spoke in a humble tone. Humph! Where do you think this king is? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? But, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why must you insist on not letting it go? It's just a failure to advance. At worst, you can just stop cultivating. Moreover, if you continue to cause trouble, it won't do you any good. Just as Uncle Gu was about to open his mouth again, Xiao Yan laughed softly. His eyes focused on the bewitching man opposite him with an indifferent expression. With Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he had already sensed this bewitching man when he first saw him. The dou qi in the man's body was fluctuating violently. With Xiao Yan's experience, he immediately knew the reason. This was the result of a failed advancement. However, the degree of energy fluctuation was much smaller than that of an ordinary magical beast. It was obvious that this fellow had failed to advance for quite some time. As for Uncle Gu and his group, it was just a coincidence that they came here and disturbed this guy from suppressing the injuries in his body. That was why he went on a rampage and started killing people. From the looks of it, he probably just wanted to vent his anger. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have killed anyone. Humph. Kid, if you insist on meddling in other people's business, then don't even think about leaving here today. Go with them. The moment the evil-looking black-robed man's voice sounded, both of his arms suddenly danced. Immediately, a wave of surging dou qi surged out from his body and agglomerated into a black-colored leopard in the air above his head. Oh. Lei Bao? Not bad, peak late stage 7-star half martial emperor. Unfortunately, you failed to advance. Otherwise, you'd be an 8-star half martial emperor. Xiao Yan nodded. A smile appeared on his face. However, the expression on his face was still as unmoved as before. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually not moving at all, the evil-looking man was immediately enraged. Through his probing aura, he discovered that the Xiao Yan before him was merely a 4-star half martial emperor. Yet, he actually dared to ignore him with such strength. This caused him to be incomparably furious. Arrogant brat, you're merely a 4-star half martial emperor. Where did you get the courage to boast shamelessly before this king? You're truly courting death. You'd best not aggravate the injuries in your body. Otherwise, if your injuries are aggravated, I'm afraid that even your 7-star half-martial emperor strength will not be able to preserve it. Seeing that Lei Bao was about to rush over, Xiao Yan lightly smiled. With a ridiculing smile on his face, he looked at the latter and spoke with an unhurried tone. Humph. There is no need for me to use my full strength to deal with you. Furthermore, it will not aggravate this king's injuries. Die for this king. After his explosive shout sounded, Lei Bao immediately waved his arms. Pitch-black dou qi rapidly condensed. Lei Bao's 2 hands immediately turned into sharp claws that tore through space. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Xiao Yan. Those few people in the empty space, who had escaped death, turned their eyes to Xiao Yan at this moment. The originally joyous expression on their faces was once again withdrawn. Their hearts were filled with regret. The strength of this black-robed, young man in front of them was merely that of a 4-star bandit. With this strength, not only would he be unable to save them, but he would also end up throwing himself into danger. Senior. You should quickly leave. This guy's strength is much higher than yours. You are no match for him. It is not worth it for you to do this for a group of strangers like us. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually standing in the sky without moving, Uncle Gu, who was below, thought that Xiao Yan had been intimidated by Lei Bao's frightening strength. At once, he hurriedly shouted loudly at Xiao Yan, hoping that he could save Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan heard Uncle Ge's words, he turned his head toward the latter and revealed a smile. The instant he turned his head back, his feet moved slightly as he instantly used the sky extinction steps. The sharp wind from the claw mercilessly tore Xiao Yan apart. Unfortunately, not even a trace of fresh blood was spilled. Oh! An afterimage. Lei Bao's heart was slightly startled. Before this, he had actually not discovered the gradually dissipating afterimage in front of him. One must know that the instant his sharp claws landed, Xiao Yan had only just turned his head back. How is this possible? This brat, how exactly did he do it? Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. An indifferent voice drifted out, causing the expression on Lei Bao's face to change drastically. His gaze swept around, but he did not see even half a shadow of Xiao Yan. Swoosh, a sharp sound of breaking wind rang out, causing Lei Bao to hurriedly turn his body. That sound came from right in front of him. The space twisted, and Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in the sky. With a heavy ruler in his hand, he slammed it down on Lei Bao's head. Humph! You dare to face this king head-on, you are really courting death. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually faced him head-on, Lei Bao immediately let out a cold laugh. His body shook, and in a flash, he returned to his original body. His huge body was like a small mountain that covered the sky. In front of him, Xiao Yan's figure was like a mouse, as if he could easily trample him to death as long as his foot landed. Wind-tearing claw. Flame-devouring tsunami. 2 explosive roars rang out at the same time. In the sky, a huge beast claw descended from the sky, fiercely colliding with the giant ruler that was soaring into the sky below. Boom! Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky. At this moment, the sky and earth trembled violently. A terrifying energy storm followed one after another, rapidly sweeping across the sky above. In the sky, the girl had already woken up. Under the protection of her companions, she had already hidden outside the battle circle. The girl's beautiful eyes revealed shock as she looked at Xiao Yan in the field. Her small mouth could not help but slightly open, and her jade-like hands were clenched together in worry. Who did he hit? In the girl's mind, the moment when Xiao Yan hugged her to avoid Lei Bao's killing move appeared once again. His face, which could not be considered handsome, was filled with a mature charm that ordinary men did not have. A pair of pitch-black eyes were as quiet as a deep pool of water. Ever since the girl had seen Xiao Yan for the first time, his face had been deeply engraved in the depths of her mind. She would probably never forget it for the rest of her life. Xiao Yan had saved her when she was at her most frightened and helpless. This instantly tugged at the heartstrings in the girl's heart. At this moment, the girl's mind was filled with the hope that the black-robed man would not lose. She hoped that she would be able to look at him a few more times. In the sky, Lei Bao's heart was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was still calm under his claw. He did not expect that a human's strength would not be inferior to a magical beast like him. It was hard to imagine that the black-robed young man in front of him had already cultivated his physical body to a terrifying level. Good boy. I really did not expect that your strength would be so great despite your mediocre strength. However, just relying on strength alone will not be enough to defeat this king. As soon as his voice fell, Lei Bao's beast claw suddenly tightened. His dou qi surged wildly as a terrifying force poured down from his claw. A sharp gust of wind shot out in all directions, forcibly forcing Xiao Yan's attack back. Thank you for the information. Since you think my strength is not enough, why don't you try this move? Diamond glazed body. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan's body instantly transformed into a towering diamond god. He put away the heavy ruler in his hand into his storage ring and grabbed Lei Bao's beast claw with his left hand. Under Lei Bao's shocked gaze, he forcefully pulled Lei Bao in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's right hand clenched into a fist. As Lei Bao struggled with all his might, his fist landed heavily on Lei Bao's head. Bang! A loud bang resounded. Lei Bao's body was uncontrollably buried deep into the mountain range below. The mountain collapsed and buried Lei Bao's entire body. Lei Bao's roar of pain resounded. Outside the battlefield, everyone was looking at Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a diamond giant, in shock. Everyone could not help but open their mouths wide. Their hearts were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that the person who was smashed into the mountain range by Xiao Yan just now was really a 7-star half-martial emperor. Chapter 421. In the sky, Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a Vajra god, was standing in the air. Not far in front of him was an enormous black lightning leopard. It was glaring angrily at Xiao Yan. Its pair of enormous beast eyes had turned scarlet red, and it was occasionally letting out low roars. Outside the battlefield, Uncle Gu and the others were silently looking at the two people on the battlefield. Especially Shui, her pair of bright eyes were flickering with radiance. Her eyes were tightly fixed on Xiao Yan, and extraordinary splendor flickered in her eyes. Roar, you hid your strength? Lei Bao roared. From his tone, it was not difficult to hear the graveness in his heart. The strength Xiao Yan had displayed was far more powerful than what he had seen. Just from the collision earlier, Lei Bao was able to tell that Xiao Yan's true strength was likely not something he could compare to. Furthermore, with his current state, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for Xiao Yan. In Lei Bao's opinion, since this black-robed human was able to easily defeat him, then his true strength was likely already that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. Of course, this was only Lei Bao's opinion. After all, under normal circumstances, to be able to easily defeat a 7-star half-martial emperor, one had to be at least an 8-star half-martial emperor. Merely, if he were to know that Xiao Yan's true strength was only that of a 5-star half-martial emperor, then what would he think? Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly at Lei Bao's words, and declined to comment. Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, Lei Bao was even more certain in his heart. At that moment, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. Then, he thought of the injuries in his body. If this were to continue, then something might really happen. At that time, the result would be unfavorable to him. Humph. Give him face, you all can leave. If you dare to trespass into this king's territory again, then even with his protection, this king will definitely kill all of you. Lei Bao let out a low roar. His figure changed and turned into a human again. At a glance, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been injured by Xiao Yan in the collision just now. As his voice sounded, Lei Bao's eyes contained resentment as he stared viciously at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with hatred as he clenched his teeth. He turned around and walked toward his own mansion. Wait. Lei Bao's indifferent voice rang out once more. Lei Bao, who had just turned around, had a gloomy expression on his face. He turned around and looked at Xiao Yan once more with a gloomy expression. His fists slowly clenched under his sleeves, and his sinister voice seemed to be fiercely squeezed out from between his teeth. Sir, is there anything else? It's nothing much. I just want to ask something from you. Xiao Yan laughed softly. The expression on his face made him appear harmless. However, only those who knew him would know that it was this smiling black-robed young man who had caused a 9-star half-emperor to suffer quite a bit. Hearing this, Lei Bao narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. The expression in his eyes changed continuously. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth again and asked in a deep voice. May I know what the thing that you are talking about is? Earlier, I had detected a fire-type energy fluctuation in this place. Since your body is of the lightning type, if I am not wrong, there should be a fire-type flame crystal in your cave dwelling. Lei Bao narrowed his eyes and pondered quickly in his heart. It was a long while later before he sneered at Xiao Yan and said in a cold voice, So what if it is? So what if it is? Why should I give it to you? That's right. Your main body is of the lightning attribute and it clashes with the fire attribute energy. The flame crystal is useless in your hands and is of little value. Therefore, I would like to borrow it for my use. The smile on Xiao Yan's face did not change because of Lei Bao's words. After his words sounded, a fierce wind suddenly blew in the sky. An extremely frightening aura covered the entire area. You want to snatch it? I only want to have a good talk with you. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change. Instead, the solemnness in Lei Bao's heart could not be any greater. No one could calmly face a person whose strength they did not know. Moreover, Lei Bao was currently injured. Once Xiao Yan really attacked him, the result was something that one did not need to think to know. How do you want to talk? Lei Bao spat out a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. His pale face had a solemn expression. An unknown enemy was often the most frightening. 2D tier medicinal pills. The faint voice was transmitted over, but it caused the expression on Lei Bao's face to instantly become dull. He wondered in his heart whether he had heard wrongly. This black-robed, young man in front of him did not intend to use a forceful method to snatch it from his hands. Instead, he wanted to use a medicinal pill to exchange for the flame crystal in his hands. At this moment, even the people outside the battlefield couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were also momentarily stunned by Xiao Yan's words. They did not expect that such a powerful black-robed man would actually not use violent methods to snatch the flame crystal. This caused them to feel doubtful in their hearts. At the same time, they also involuntarily felt respect for Xiao Yan. Even when facing a magical beast, he was still able to give the other party the basic respect of a practitioner. Compared to a portion of the people, this was already considered quite benevolent. You really want to use medicinal pills to exchange with me? Even at this moment, Lei Bao's heart still did not dare to believe. After being stunned for a long while, he could not help but ask Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled, but he did not reply. Instead, he casually took out 2D tier medicinal pills from it. Upon seeing this scene, Lei Bao's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. He did not expect that the useless items he had coincidentally obtained would actually be able to be exchanged for D-tier medicinal pills. The thing that caused Lei Bao to feel even more astonished was that the black-robed man in front of him was clearly stronger than him. However, He was willing to use medicinal pills to exchange for the flame crystal that was completely useless to him. This really caused one to feel extremely astonished. Of course, the reason why Xiao Yan would do this was because he was afraid that Lei Bao would destroy the flame crystal in a moment of desperation. That would be a pity for Xiao Yan. On the other hand, Xiao Yan could not be bothered to stir up trouble. In order to avoid these unnecessary troubles, he could only make some sacrifices. However, if he could use D-tier medicinal pills to exchange for the flame crystal, it would be worth it for the current Xiao Yan. Humph humph, this flame crystal is something that I have spent quite a lot of effort to obtain. For it, I nearly lost my life. Now, you want to use 2 D-tier medicinal pills to easily take it away. Humph, aren't you thinking too simply? However, just as everyone thought that this matter was about to end, Lei Bao's words caused the expressions on everyone's faces to become slightly sluggish. They did not expect that Lei Bao would actually have some guts at this moment. He wanted to use the flame crystal to obtain more benefits from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and revealed a displeased expression on his face. He did not expect that this fellow would actually dare to take advantage of him. He secretly laughed coldly in his heart. Xiao Yan had seen this kind of joke many years ago. Now that it was placed in front of him, it could only make him laugh coldly. Swoosh, following a wave of rushing wind sound, the huge black ruler once again appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. 2 D-tier medicinal pills in exchange for your flame crystal. You have already profited greatly. If you are still unwilling, you can choose to fight with me again. If you win, I will give you 5 D-tier medicinal pills. If you lose, I will skin you until not even your bones are left. Hearing this, the corner of Lei Bao's eyes involuntarily twitched. His throat rolled slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's indifferent voice once again sounded out. Don't think of using the method of destroying the flame crystal to threaten me. If you really do that, it is fine. I will also kill you. At the very most, I will go and find more flame crystals. After his words sounded out, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was lifted. The sharp rushing wind sound was like a whistle that resounded through the sky. At the same time, the expression on Lei Bao's face changed drastically. As his body retreated, he flipped his palm and a crimson crystal appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he threw it viciously at Xiao Yan. Chapter 422. In the sky, Xiao Yan revealed a faint smile as he watched Lei Bao leave swiftly. He lifted his hand and looked at the scarlet-red flame crystal in his palm. His eyes involuntarily revealed a satisfied expression. Xiao Yan casually placed it into his storage ring and turned around, intending to continue flying deeper into the Shilin mountain range. Elder. Just as Xiao Yan turned around, a group of people swiftly flew over from a short distance away. It was Uncle Ge's group. Oh? Is anything the matter? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the few people who flew over. Huh, Senior, you misunderstand. How would we dare to trouble Senior? We just want to thank Senior for saving our lives. Today, if it wasn't for Senior's timely rescue, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to keep our lives. Everyone was finally able to clearly see Xiao Yan's appearance when they arrived in front of him. Everyone paused a couple of dozen feet from Xiao Yan. They bowed and cupped their hands to Xiao Yan to express their gratitude. Only Shui Er, whose hands were supporting Uncle Gu, revealed a redness on her pretty face. Her pretty eyes were startled as they stared at Xiao Yan. An unusual glint flowed within them, but she did not make the slightest move. When Uncle Gu saw this, the expression on his pale face could not help but change slightly. He knew this girl very well. At this moment, he had a panoramic view of the expression on Shui Er's pretty face. Seeing this scene, Uncle Gu could only sigh helplessly in his heart. He carefully glanced at Xiao Yan. When he realized that the latter did not mind, he hurriedly called out softly twice. Only then did Shui Er wake up from her absent-mindedness. The moment Shui Er regained her senses, the blush on her pretty face was as though she was drunk. It caused one to unconsciously feel tender affection for her. When she saw Xiao Yan looking over, Shui Er hurriedly lowered her head and spoke to Xiao Yan in a delicate and respectful tone. "Junior Shui, thanks Senior for saving my life." As she spoke, Shui Er did not forget to secretly glance at Xiao Yan. This scene was naturally seen by Xiao Yan. The thought in her eyes was also understood by Xiao Yan at a glance. Immediately, Xiao Yan could not help but blush. He thought to himself, I only saved someone out of kindness occasionally. I can't possibly save someone's feelings. Sigh. Charisma is really a terrifying thing. Looks like I have to consider saving people in the future. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled as he softly muttered. Elder, what's wrong? Do you have something for us to do? If there is, please feel free to tell us. We will do our best to help you. Hearing Xiao Yan's muttering, Uncle Ge's pale face immediately became spirited. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan as he asked respectfully. No, it's nothing. Since there's nothing else now, you should quickly leave this place. With your team's strength, you can't stay here any longer. It's better to go to the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. Hearing Uncle Ge's words, Xiao Yan awkwardly withdrew his thoughts. His old face slowly recovered its normal color as he spoke to the few people in front of him. With a turn of his body, he prepared to leave. Seeing Xiao Yan turn around and leave without looking back, the expression on Shui Er's pretty face changed slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, but she did not say anything. Only when Xiao Yan flew 1,000 feet away did Shui Er muster the courage to ask Xiao Yan in a loud voice. Elder has saved Shui Er. Can you leave your name behind? Xiao Yan, who was flying, paused slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at the continuous mountain range in the distance. The hot sun scattered down like golden sand, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily narrow his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yan waved his large hand. The large black ruler once again appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. His hand twisted the ruler's hilt and carried the heavy ruler on his back. At the same time, his clear voice resounded over the sky like thunder. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's feet moved after his voice sounded. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. Following a breeze that blew over the sky, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared from the sky. Xiao Yan, Shui Er softly muttered. Uncle Ge by her side and everyone behind her immediately had a change in expression the moment they heard Xiao Yan's name. Xiao Yan. He is Xiao Yan. The Xiao Yan that the 4 large sects have jointly agreed to capture. It is unexpected that he has actually run to this place. Looking at the direction he is heading, he should be heading to the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. Only that place is a place that even the 4 large sects have difficulty reaching. Uncle Ge's face was pale as he exhaled a deep breath. Immediately, he removed Shui Er's hand that was supporting him. He turned around, looked at everyone behind him with a solemn gaze, and spoke in a deep voice. Brothers, I hope that everyone will forget about today's matter after we leave this place. Just treat it as though you have never seen him. Everyone should understand what I mean. Everyone immediately responded and nodded. Uncle Ge also nodded solemnly when he saw this. He immediately glanced at Shui Er, who was staring blankly in the direction that Xiao Yan had left. He helplessly sighed, grabbed Shui Er's wrist, and led everyone to swiftly withdraw from the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. Another day quietly flowed by during the boring journey. Xiao Yan, who was flying, once again landed on the top of a mountain as he looked at the night sky that had completely turned dark. He sat cross-legged and began to train. A long while later, Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes. It was possible to see a brilliant fire glow flashing across his eyes. Xiao Yan's aura had once again returned to its peak. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red flame crystal suddenly stood in Xiao Yan's palm. This was the piece that he had obtained from Lei Bao during the day. Of course, in order to obtain this flame crystal, Xiao Yan had no choice but to give up 2 emperor-tier medicinal pills. However, this was worth it for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of air. He placed the flame crystal between his hands and shut his eyes. Vast and frightening spiritual strength suddenly poured out from between his eyebrows at this moment and began to engrave the flame crystal in his hand. With the experience from the previous 3 times and the addition of Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, the engraving process was much faster compared to the previous few times. Even the step of forming an avatar was completed by Xiao Yan in one go this time around. Within a couple of hours, another avatar appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded slightly as he looked at the somewhat illusionary avatar in front of him. Although the strength of this avatar was only that of a 9-star Dosheng, it was much stronger than the previous 3 avatars that had just been formed. Perhaps this was due to the increase in Xiao Yan's strength. However, regardless of how one put it, he had finally formed another avatar. Hence, as long as he was able to find 2 more flame crystals, the strength of this avatar would once again rise. With 3 merged into 1, Xiao Yan would once again possess an avatar whose strength was not inferior to that of a bandit. This was quite a great help to Xiao Yan. After all, once the avatar self-destructed, its might was something that even an elite bandit would not be able to easily ignore. If the strength of this avatar was to increase in the future, it was likely that even a genuine elite Do-di would be afraid of it. Xiao Yan softly exhaled with anticipation in his heart. He sat cross-legged and once again entered his training mode. However, Xiao Yan had just shut his eyes when a powerful suction force was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yan, causing the expression on Xiao Yan's face to change. Chapter 423. What's going on? Sensing the abnormality in his body, Xiao Yan's face was immediately startled. He hurriedly used his mind to inspect his body but discovered that there was no change to his vortex. The source of the suction force was also not his body. Xiao Yan frowned. Since the suction force did not come from him, where did it come from? Moreover, according to this situation, it was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Puff! Suddenly, the expression of Xiao Yan, who was looking inside his mind, changed abruptly. In the middle of his vortex, a pink flame suddenly rushed out of Xiao Yan's physical body and turned into a human figure in the air. It was really Hua Yi. Hua Yi had been sleeping in Xiao Yan's body for several years. Now that he had woken up again, it was finally time for him to break through to the half-emperor realm. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and looked at Hua Yi with a happy face. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Hua Yi, you're finally going to break through? That's great." Hearing this, Hua Yi slowly lowered his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan. However, the moment the two looked at each other, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. In that moment, he saw an indifferent look in Hua Yi's eyes. Hua Yi, purifying demonic lotus flame. Return. Xiao Yan's muttering voice that was filled with doubt had just been emitted when Hua Yi in the sky suddenly let out a loud cry. He waved his large hand and Xiao Yan's body below began to tremble intensely. Immediately following this, a cluster of pink-colored, heavenly flame was forcefully separated from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. It flew out of Xiao Yan's body and instantly returned to Hua Yi's body. Xiao Yan immediately felt a sharp pain in his head when his connection with the purifying demonic lotus flame was severed. However, just as he was about to struggle, Xiao Yan received a heavy blow from the back of his neck. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's vision darkened and he fainted. The moment Xiao Yan collapsed, Guyu appeared behind Xiao Yan and supported him. Then, he slowly laid Xiao Yan down. Only then did he get up and look at Hua Yi in the sky. You're finally going to break through. Does that mean it's time for you to leave? The time has come. Naturally, it is time for me to leave. Hua Yi's tone was indifferent. No emotion could be seen on his face as he looked at Gu Yu, who was standing quietly beside Xiao Yan. Humph, as expected, when that fellow broke through, the second thing this old man thought of was you. I didn't expect it to be true. Gu Yu softly snorted upon hearing this. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an arc. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with his own judgment. Hua Yi was indifferent to this. His indifferent eyes paused on Xiao Yan before he spoke to Gu Yu. I will leave him to you. Haha, don't. You should be aware that this old man will not be able to last for long. Originally, I planned to delay for a little longer. However, since you are about to leave, there is no point in delaying any longer. I will tell him once you leave. Gu Yu smiled. His old eyes involuntarily revealed a complicated expression. No matter what, I have to thank you for this journey. If it was not for you, it is likely that he would not have been able to reach this stage. The expression on Hua Yi's indifferent face finally changed a little. The tone of his mouth had also become a lot calmer. Huh, what is there to thank me for? This old man is merely doing his duty. You, on the other hand, are about to break through, yet you still reveal such an icy appearance. This is not the same as before. Rumble. Thunderclouds suddenly churned in the sky after Gu Yu's word sounded. They covered the entire sky. Immediately, the entire place became dark. It was as though night had arrived. Many frightening thunderbolts descended from the sky as the thunderclouds churned, causing the entire world to tremble. It was likely that even a 9-star ban emperor would not be able to survive for an instant under this frightening thunderbolt. However, this was the strength that Hua Yi had to endure when he broke through. Ha, come, let this venerable one see just how strong you are. Rumble. As Hua Yi's sneer fell, the rolling thunderclouds in the sky suddenly roared with angry thunder. Then, the world was shrouded by a dazzling silver light. Then, a terrifying thunderbolt, like a horned dragon, suddenly descended from the thunderclouds and fiercely blasted towards Hua Yi below. Humph, although Hua Yi's tone was unyielding, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this thunderbolt, given his current strength. His body dodged left and right while his hands swiftly formed a seal. The moment the thunderbolt struck, the seal in Hua Yi's hand was completed. His palm ruthlessly struck the thunderbolt. Bang! 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 Between the heavens and the earth, thunder continued to rumble as the rumbling shook the heavens. The entire world was trembling, as if it was afraid of the power of the world. Hua Yi, who was in the sky, had an increasingly fanatical expression. Not only was he not defeated by the countless bombardments of the lightning, but his strength had become even more tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the repeated attacks had already continued for 3 days. Shatter. An earth-shaking cry sounded. Hua Yi once again threw a ruthless punch at the thunderbolt in the sky. The thunderbolt shattered when the punch was thrown. Even at this moment, the words that had been spat out from Hua Yi's mouth still reverberated in the sky. After the lightning was broken, Hua Yi's feet suddenly stomped on the empty air. As the thunderclouds churned, he charged into them. After a couple of rumbling sounds were emitted, the thunderclouds in the sky that had churned for 3 days and 3 nights finally began to gradually scatter. Buzz buzz buzz. However, the scattering of the thundercloud did not mean that everything was over. Instead, an even more frightening aura quietly covered the sky when the thundercloud scattered. Is it finally your turn? Humph. This venerable self should have come to this world a long time ago. Unexpectedly, it has been delayed until now. Hua Yi's expression was indifferent as he swept his eyes over Gu Yu's familiar face. A disgust rose in his heart. He let out a cold snort. His expression had once again become grave. Buzz buzz buzz, as a buzzing sound of unknown origin resounded in the sky, the originally calm and flawless azure sky actually gradually became distorted at this moment. Vaguely, a strange barrier appeared at the top of the sky. At the same time, the energy in the sky gathered at this moment. A vast and mighty energy aura was slowly transmitted from the sky above Hui's head. Ha 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 ha. Come. Today, this venerable self shall see just what is so great about this world. Hui's wild and unrestrained laughter sounded. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air, and the space below instantly collapsed. Hui charged into the sky and headed to the ceiling. Middle region. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe stood in a certain fairy-like bamboo forest. His originally calm expression suddenly changed at this moment. His solemn eyes immediately looked to the west. In another hidden place, a pair of scarlet bloodthirsty eyes were also looking towards the west like the former. Only after a long time did they slowly close. Sky boundary, it's the western region. Could it be that it is that fellow from last time? The middle-aged man in the bamboo forest frowned. There was some worry between his brows. Ugh, the sky of this continent is about to change. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. His long and drawn-out sigh was filled with a sense of desolation. It echoed endlessly in this spacious and empty bamboo forest. Chapter 424. Ugh, the large amount of information that suddenly swarmed into Xiao Yan's mind caused the expression on the face of the dazed Xiao Yan to abruptly change. An intense pain was immediately and swiftly transmitted from his mind. Xiao Yan's expression also subsequently turned pale. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan gradually sorted out the large amount of information in his mind. His pale face also gradually recovered. When Xiao Yan's mind looked within his body, the first thing that Xiao Yan saw in his mind were three large, flickering golden words. Ice Spirit Pill. This piece of information was just like a scroll of medicinal pill formulas. Xiao Yan's heart stilled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Guyu in front of him. His tone was uncertain as he asked, "Old Gu, this is, Ice Spirit Pill. This is for you to use to swallow the heavenly flame. Don't forget that with your current strength, how can it be so easy for you to swallow my actual body? Without the aid of this medicinal pill, it is likely that you will be instantly turned into ashes when the heavenly flame enters your body with your current strength." Guyu wore a mocking expression as he looked at Xiao Yan and softly laughed when he saw the surprised expression on Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he recall that he was currently in the Yuanwu continent. The heavenly flame here was many times stronger than the Douqi continent. It was not something that he could randomly swallow. Only a medicinal pill could increase Xiao Yan's chances of swallowing a heavenly flame. When he thought until this point, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the scene when he had swallowed the green lotus core flame for the first time. At that time, it seemed that he had relied on the ground spirit pill that Yao Lao had refined in order to save Xiao Yan from a great deal of pain when he swallowed the heavenly flame. At the same time, it had also helped Xiao Yan increase his chances of swallowing the heavenly flame. Now, a scene that was incomparably similar to back then had once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. He slowly shut his eyes and carefully savored the information that he had just obtained. Ice Spirit Pill, a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was a Tier 3 middle-grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining it was considered quite difficult even among all the Tier 3 medicinal pills. Of course, it was precisely because it was difficult to refine that its true value was revealed. After all, the Ice Spirit Pill was an existence that could contend with a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan's heart was involuntarily shocked when he thought of a Tier 3 medicinal pill being able to contend with and even suppress a heavenly flame. TSK, it is really unexpected that this Ice Spirit Pill is able to suppress the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan once again a moment later as he clicked his tongue and exclaimed. TCH, don't place all your hopes on this Ice Spirit Pill. Although this pill is able to suppress this old man's body, what it relies on is not the power of the pill itself, but the ice spirit chilling liquid within. While Xiao Yan was exclaiming in surprise, Guyu mentioned the most important component of the ice spirit pill. Yes, it was the ice spirit chilling liquid. Speaking of the ice spirit chilling liquid, it was indeed an extremely rare treasure on the continent. Its preciousness was not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. Moreover, it was a necessary ingredient to refine many high-tier medicinal pills. Even many Tier 8 medicinal pills could not lack the ice spirit chilling liquid as the main ingredient. Hence, every time the ice spirit chilling liquid was discovered on the continent, it would cause a bloodbath. It was a priceless item in the auction house. Of course, this was only because of the preciousness of the ice spirit chilling liquid. As for its use, it was the nemesis of all flames. The ice spirit chilling liquid originated from the ice spirit chilling spring. The ice spirit chilling spring possessed an extremely frightening cold power. Wherever it was, the entire world would turn into hell. No living being could enter within a radius of 10,000 miles and no beasts could survive. Even a demonic beast at the level of a half-emperor would find it difficult to get close. If a heavenly flame possessed the most terrifyingly high temperature in the world, then the ice spirit chilling spring possessed the coldest temperature in the world. Under such a terrifyingly low temperature, even empty space would be frozen and collapse. Hence, when a heavenly flame and the ice spirit chilling liquid collided, the two extremely opposite temperature differences would cause the strength of the two to reduce each other. In the end, they would reach a state of equilibrium. This was the effect of the ice spirit pill. Of course, the bone-chilling flame was famous for its freezing effect. However, this point was overlooked by Guyu. Xiao Yan, who possessed the protection of the heavenly flame, was able to completely ignore the freezing effect of the bone-chilling flame. Hence, as long as he could suppress the wild and violent temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the rest would depend on Xiao Yan's luck. After Xiao Yan finished reading the entire scroll of the medicinal formula, his mouth involuntarily let out an intense cough. The expression on his face had also become ugly following this. Other than the ice spirit chilling liquid that Guyu had mentioned, Xiao Yan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he saw the other pill ingredients in the entire pill formula. There were over 100 kinds of ingredients for the ice spirit pill. Although he was able to gather over half of them, the other 4 ingredients among them caused Xiao Yan to want to cry, but have no tears. Other than the icy spirit cold liquid, the other 4 types were also extremely precious medicinal ingredients for refining pills. Xiao Yan believed that with his current wealth, he would only be able to barely gather 3 of them even if he were to go bankrupt. As for the remaining 1, including the icy spirit cold liquid, Xiao Yan could only look at it and sigh. Ugh, Xiao Yan helplessly laughed bitterly. His eyebrows involuntarily furrowed together. He did not expect that he had unknowingly become destitute. After using 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills to exchange for the flame crystal, Xiao Yan was only left with 5 earth-grade medicinal pills. This might be quite a lot for an ordinary half-martial emperor, but it was not enough for Xiao Yan to make up for his consumption. Looks like it is time to find time to refine some emperor-grade medicinal pills. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to practice his alchemy skills. After all, compared to other rank 2 alchemists, Xiao Yan had only refined 1 emperor-grade medicinal pill. In comparison, Xiao Yan was weaker than other rank 2 alchemists in every aspect. Hence, this time around, Xiao Yan entered the Shilin mountain range. On one hand, he was heading towards the western wastelands region. On the other hand, he was practicing his alchemy skills. This process was extremely important for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan relaxed his eyebrows and nodded slightly. He once again sat down. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The flame mantra chi method within his body also began to circulate at this moment. Threads of natural energy gradually gathered towards Xiao Yan. Guyu focused his eyes on Xiao Yan, who had once again entered a training state. He inhaled a deep breath of air. After which, his body moved. He turned into a white light that entered Xiao Yan's body in a flash. A couple of wolf howls were occasionally emitted in the dark night sky. There was a slight rustling sound that quietly appeared in the dark mountain forest. An energy hurricane whistled continuously on the mountain peak. This night was not peaceful.